God, and it's just warm. I think so. Pretty sure. Okay, so just a quick recap of what our plans for the day are for the YouTube stream. Um, we fixed a bunch of bugs yesterday. We've got more because Unplug is really helping us out with that. Best QA tester. Um, so yeah, we're gonna knock out a few more of those bugs, and then we're gonna get to the Cloudflare functions issues. We haven't been able to finish the turnstile thing yet. That's the Cloudflare functions issue that we're dealing with. There's something wrong with maybe how I'm doing it or how we have Astro's Cloudflare configuration working. So yeah, we got to get the. We're gonna probably just opt out of the Astro Cloudflare configuration. It's easy enough. But okay, so we're good there. We got music. Sweet. Let me pop open the Discord and see some of these reported issues and bugs. All right. Oh, interesting. We shouldn't have a regression for that. All right. Well, let me transfer at least some of these bugs. All right. So this one, after going to Stripe by clicking the browser back button, the loading state is still enabled. All right. And hey, Chaotic, thanks for the sub, man. Oh, okay. Um, marking events as red should refresh the list. Yep. That's a good one. Oh, that's editing the notification. Ah. All right, so that one. All right. So we've got these bugs. I think let's tackle the editing notification bugs first. Marking events as red should refresh the list. I like that. Let's get the hair a little taller. I feel like it catches more air and like lets my head breathe better instead of when it's like matted down. All right, so yeah, let's fix that bug. Well, that would be because the dev server's down. Yeah, and I know for a fact that I set this to 240. So we're just not populating that value because it's the default. So edit notification. Notification form. Oh, so we're setting the value to 15 here. Why does it set to every hour there? Yeah, so here we see that we are setting it. And that's wrong. Is this dubstep? No, this is synthwave. All right, so there we go. The value is now being set, and you were right. We had that defaulted. So unplug, and yeah, Mr. Sir. So I was misunderstanding. I thought you were saying the email was sending at a specific value, right? when instead you were saying that just the form had the wrong value in it. And yeah, we fixed that. Cool. So yeah, good fix. So yeah, that one done. But if I wanted to change it to every hour, error saving notification. So what is the error we're getting there? All does not allow update expressions in query. No. I misunderstood it. Nah, you nailed it. That was good feedback. Um, Radowid, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Yeah, dude, thank you so much for all this QA, dude. Like, yeah, I really appreciate it. All right, so that's a back end issue, and it's when we are updating a notification. I think this is it. All right, let's double check the line. All right, so notification controller 193. Yep, so update notification email by notification ID. We're going to have to do the same thing for SMS2. And repo.1 is no good. I find it strange that 1 executes all under the hood. All right, so now it's trying to set a nil value. Oh, and hold on. Nope, we got an error here. Uh, Oh, got it. Yeah, I'm missing that step. What's up, On? How you doing? Okay. So then this should work. Nope. Oh, so maybe I have to do update all? Okay. Okay, so this is a backend part. Fix, allow updating, notification, email, and SMS. Oh. All right, let me get another album going. Let's go to the front end and commit what we've done there. Okay, so we got two of those knocked out. All right, marking events as red should refresh the list. Oh. Oh, yep, that's going to fail. Hold on. And hey, what's up, Kenny? Things are going good. Just chilling, hanging out. Definitely had some of the whiskeys yesterday. So much so that dislocated my shoulder here on stream. It's a little tender, but doesn't feel too bad. It's a little tight still. So yeah, it's a good thing I wasn't planning golfing tomorrow. I might still go to the range. Depends on how I feel. If anything, I should go for like a bike ride in the morning or something. Boxing talk? Ooh, I don't even remember the boxing talk. Yeah, I had too many whiskeys yesterday. I even forgot that who was I gonna box? Uh How'd you dislocate your shoulder? Streaming. Oh, okay. Got it, got it. Trying to think like who's in my weight class. Like who could I box? Did we even mention? Did we name names yesterday? I think with a shoulder that dislocates like this, I probably shouldn't be boxing anybody. I could take out Prime. I don't think so. That was the whiskey. Some people hadn't been punched in the face and it shows. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think. I mean, it did get wild. Oof. Oof. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Prime's got the reach on me. He's also got weight and height. I didn't have any trolls, so it was a great stream. Okay. I definitely had too much whiskey, though. Gotta dial it back. It's just when it's this hot out. Like, super hot weather is whiskey weather. Yeah, no, I do think I'm correct in that Prime probably wouldn't have his hands up nearly as much. But no, he'd still beat me. He's in way better shape. Way better shape, more reach. He's taller, heavier. Only thing would be if he's never actually done any kind of boxing, you could like get him by like crowding him, because then his reach is actually like a not good. But like a good boxer, yeah, would light me up. And I don't think I was saying that about Prime, right? Like I don't think I was saying that he's never been punched in the face thing to Prime. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Got it. Just making sure. I don't know. Good old whiskey mouth. Okay, so let's fix this bug now. I thought it was a fun stream. Poor bear, though? Wait, what bear? Yeah, okay, I'm just making sure. I do not remember that part whatsoever. That's too much whiskey. That's too much whiskey. I didn't even remember eating my sandwich. Like, I woke up this morning thinking I went to sleep without eating. But I see the remnants of it. So I definitely ate. Bear that came to my apartment? Wait, what? Yeah. I was fading real hard in the gaming stream. I'm pretty sure that's why, like, I ended at like 9:30 or 10, didn't I? I feel like it was an early end to the gaming stream yesterday. I mean, yeah, it was a good sandwich. I'm currently out of cheese. I was going to do another sandwich tonight. I'm out of cheese. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. All right, so the thing here, right, we go to keywords, we go to events here, and the bug is basically if we mark one of these as red, it disappears from this list, but we should actually load up like the list again. So after a mark as red event, we should just do a refetch. Okay, yeah. It is a bug squashing stream. We squashed a bunch yesterday too. I think once we finish this one, we'll look into this one more time. Because I could have sworn we fixed this one. But yeah. We'll double check that. So we'll get these two out of the way. And then this one, I think I'll leave so that we can get to the functions thing. Because I want to have a proper support form and, you know, like, yeah, we got to get some of that stuff working on Cloudflare, right? The turnstile stuff, like all that. It was fixed, but today you were able to reproduce. Yeah, okay. And is it consistently reproducible? Or is it just like every once in a while? Always happens? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, there's something wrong there. We'll have to figure it out. Let's do this one first, though. So on the keyword events page, and yeah, thank you. I appreciate you confirming that, Kenny. Because yeah, there's some people that when they drink, they become a totally different person. It may be I become more animated, but I'm still about the same. So it's on the events page here. Um, Full Sail. Yeah, my older brother used to work in a bar, so like he'd bring home like just random pint glasses on a regular basis, and I basically inherited like all of the family's like dishes and glassware that I decided to keep. Like basically, I'm the last one left in Washington. So like when people move and they don't want to take shit with them, it's mine. Last in my family, at least. All right. Where is this thing? So number one, we've got it in the modal, right? So yeah, details dialog open, and it's probably also in the dropdown. Ah, and then it's the on status update. Yeah, why did I do this as a Venable? That seems weird. Oh wait. Well, no, yeah, I'm not even doing the catch. All right, so then we do that. We don't even care about doing that. I want to do this part. I don't know if... Yeah. All right. So then after we do this update, in here is where we want to... keyword service dot get keyword events. All right. So we've got this refreshed. If we go mark as read, how do we have 12 of them now? Yeah, none of these even look duplicated. So why do we have 12? Oh, no, that's it. We're doing previous.concat, and we just want to set the value. What? Oh, and this failed again? Ah, no, that's it. I see it now. And what's up? How you doing, Ami? What you up to? All right, so that pushed up. So then, yeah, let's double check this. All right, we refresh. We go mark as read. And what the hell, dude? Oh. Oh. I see what the issue is. Yeah, we're fetching the wrong state. It should be unread, not red. And hold on. What was the question? Is it not risky to have modifications when doing the commit? Thinking that it can deploy what you have not pushed? I'm not sure what you mean. So the hook that ran here, we didn't actually do a push because we're running our tests and our linter was failing out. Now, I don't do the vibe coding. Every once in a while. I mean, I am vibing, but it's not vibe coding. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean, unplug. Just vibing. No. So the build is happening locally, but I'm not pushing the build. Right? I'm just running the build to make sure that it builds before I do the push. So like the build directory doesn't get pushed, right? The dist folder, that's get ignored. Yep, Messijo is my new project. It started out as a way to dog food Walter. Yeah. The deploy is done by Cloudflare for the front end. The back end is built and deployed in GitHub Actions. So yeah, Cloudflare then goes and runs everything. Thought I had Cloudflare open somewhere. But yeah. Yeah, I don't have Cloudflare open at the moment. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, so I'm using a component library called Neo Brutalism. So it does a lot of like the heavy lifting for me. Like so much of the heavy lifting that I'm just doing layout. Like the styling is already kind of defined. And then hold on. So Ami, you had a question. Looking for more opinionated tools, you can try them and perhaps learn their patterns. React and Express are great, but you usually end up with messy code. Yeah, I would recommend learning like a proper backend framework. There's Nest.js if you want to stick in the JS ecosystem. And then there's also Adonis JS. I'd say either one of these are worth checking out. I think they're as close as you get to Ruby on Rails in the JS ecosystem. Backend are limited when deploying on cloud, though? What do you mean by that, Lightspeed? Let me get more music on. And yeah, Pansker. Yeah, yeah, Ruby's fine. I would say at some point you do need to like start branching out to other languages, but you know, become productive with at least one first. To deploy Nest.js on cloud functions, you need to wrap in Express anyway. Uh, so in general, what you're going to end up building like Nest or Adonis with is going to be more of like a persistent server. Right? If you want to do the cloud function route, there's other ways to do that. I've never tried to deploy Nest.js or Adonis on a cloud function. Right? I would run them on a persistent VPS. You're enjoying testing stuff out on your VPS? Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, I think the big thing we're going for here, Lightspeed, they're asking for something that has better patterns, right? Once you've built with Nest or Adonis, you could apply those patterns to your own like ad hoc Express stuff anyway. So it's less about the deployment, it's more about like learning the patterns. Yeah, they're TypeScript frameworks. Yep. Yeah, Ami was asking specifically for like JavaScripty stuff. If we wanted to funnel them into other languages, we could, but I just don't think it's the right point for them yet. And I'm still curious though, Lightspeed, like why do you have to wrap Adonis or Nest with Express? That just seems weird. Yeah, it makes sense, Ami, for sure. Okay. So why is this sending the wrong value? I think it's nil. And the way we're coercing that nil value is incorrect. Hmm. Hold on. Yeah, no, this is the right value. It is status, but what we actually want is... Yeah, our value's being shadowed. All right, so that's our issue. So that's new status. And then this is the top level status. There we go. Perfect. Alrighty. So then we knocked that one out. All right, so after going to stripe and then back. Error starting checkout session. Well, let's just verify it in prod. Strange. Okay, yeah. It's definitely there. Hmm. All right, let's just YOLO this one on up and see if it fixes it. And yeah, let me catch up on some of the chat. Reading through a good open source project is a good idea. Yep. The functions SDK is pretty opinionated. You're on Flask, and you decorate every endpoint with a special decorator it understands. Okay. Yeah, I think Nest.js does a bunch of decorator stuff too. Yep. Yeah, Nest is really heavy on decorators. Oh, and I guess here's the big thing, Lightspeed. Technically, Nest is built on top of either one of these, right? So maybe that's what you were talking about, Lightspeed? I will say their docs could be better. Right, like where's just a very simple like starting guide? No, it's not that they're inaccurate. It's just more like they're missing like a happy path doc, you know? It does have a good search provided by Algolia. That's a good point. Yeah, I haven't used Nest. I kind of like this, right? Yeah, it's kind of nice. Yeah, how do route params get handled? Ah, a decorator there. Okay. Okay. Yeah, very heavy on the decorators. Hmm. Yeah, I get that. I would say Next.js is the biggest problem in that. Like Next, it's just so opinionated about how it wants to do things. And it's so different from how you do it with the others. Um, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not seeing templating in here. Yeah, this might be strictly an API framework. Oh, really? Did I miss it? Oh, model view controller. Okay. So you would throw render index, etc. Let me skip this song. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Very cool. Okay, so the thing we just pushed up should be live now. Shit. I mean, you can switch to Fastify if you want, unplug. Yeah, I would say Adonis might be more flexible, but that might not be what you're looking for, right? We're looking for something kind of heavily opinionated, just to understand some of the patterns. But yeah, I'd say both are worth checking out. Interesting they use Vine for their validation. Yeah, I would say, I don't know, there's a lot of stuff built in to Adonis that might really help. The testing stuff looks really good. Yeah, I'd say give them both a shot. They have different approaches. Oh, did I miss that part? Oh, yep. Interesting. Yeah, yeah, pretty cool. I'd definitely say check it out. All right, so that YOLO deploy did not work. So what we can do, I just don't feel like juggling and dealing with API keys right now. Oof. And yeah, this is no good. Oh, hold on. Let me just reply to something. Okay. Does the app break if I remove this set timeout? Yeah, this comment's gold. I did this 3 weeks ago. I did this last month. So, yeah, I should definitely have a better comment for that. You're checking Adonis? Yeah, no worries, Ami. Yeah, I'd say give them both a shot. They have different approaches. But yeah, something that you're dealing with Just Express is that it doesn't have opinions about how you do anything. It's a very low level thing, right? So having strong opinions as a framework is actually a benefit because you can see what an opinionated framework does. And then you can emulate that in your own Express stuff. Yeah. This is on the org settings page. What is this doing? Right? We fetch the orgs. I think part of it, like at least this part, is what if we deleted the org? And I'm not sure we even need this because we're checking for this, and if it doesn't find anything, we go with fetched org 0 or null anyway. Oh, unplug. That might be it. Okay. Yeah, I don't think this is necessary. All right, so hold on. Yeah, so they're not called. They were called once, but not anymore. Yeah, all right. Let me double check something. Authentication, I use JWTs stored in local storage. For authorization, that's like a backend concern mainly. I still do like some stuff on the front end too. I don't know. Do I have a utility for that? I'm pretty sure I do. Yeah, so I called it can. Like the front end still needs to know what a user can and cannot do. But this is going to be very tied to how you do your auth on your back end as well. So yeah, I wrote this myself. I guess one thing you're getting at is maybe like what is the user's permissions? Right? So right now this can action is pretty much just based on like billing tiers. Yeah, I think there's definitely some stuff I'm missing when it comes to like read and write. So like the read and write privileges and even admin, I think we're doing those a little more ad hoc. Yeah, Hunar actually just replied over on Twitter. That was exactly what I was referencing. I just forgot which CEO it was. Have you guys seen this though? All right, so it's like a cooking robot in your kitchen. You don't trust it already? Yeah, I get you. I mean, that looks like some pretty solidly cooked chicken. Can only imagine the dread of early adopters. I mean, some of these things are really not that hard to cook. But, okay, I've never actually had chicken tikka masala. It looks just like butter chicken. Great until it isn't, then it's a brick. Yeah, exactly. Oh, it is? Okay. Like, what's the difference between tikka masala and butter chicken? Here we go. Spicier, tangier, more tomato intensive gravy, often with a brighter red color, while butter chicken is a milder, creamier, sweeter dish with a deeper orange color due to the ratio of butter and cream. Okay. See, I actually thought butter chicken originated in England. Oh. What's the selling point? It just stirs stuff for you? Yeah, that's the thing where I'm wondering the value, you know? Honestly, that's kind of nice. If you got multiple dishes going at once, right? You can have it do like the thing that just like keeps the stirring going, and it's like regulating the temperature. I don't know for sure. I'm not trying to sell you guys on it. But right, like regulating heat, adjusting cooking time, stirring the veggies. What's the pre-order price? That I don't know. 15 hundo. Yeah, I think the biggest problem I have with it is you still got to do all the prep work. And yes, it's too expensive for what it is right now. But right, like you're still going to have to like prep everything. Like the prep work is like most of the effort, you know? Like I'd rather just give it a whole, like bell pepper or something and have it do the stuff. It's just babysitting the heating part. The rest is the oven today already. I mean, some of the stuff you don't put in the oven though, And a lot of people have a hard time maintaining proper temperature when they're cooking and a bunch of that stuff. Right? Like most people who have trouble cooking, it's because they walk away while it's cooking or like whatever. This is for those people maybe. Right? Stay updated through the app or not. Walk away, relax as your food cooks. Right? These are people who go and do that while they're cooking right now. Those people will forget to start this machine. No, because like they're good enough at like starting it. But then they just like leave stuff on the burner. They're just inattentive. They get distracted. They're watching some TV show while they're cooking. I don't know. I can see it being useful. I think the price point isn't anywhere near what it should be. Has anyone ever won a Master Chef competition with it? Those are not your target customers. Like, just right off the bat, that is not the goal of this tool. No, and I get that, X Factor. I would say crock pots are great, but there are certain things that you just can't do properly in a crock pot. Like just look at this chicken. Where was it? I went past it. Now keep in mind this is all marketing bullshit, so we're on that page. Hold on. Right, like this is not a crock pot chicken cooking thing. No, and I understand. But this chicken looks like perfectly done, like stirred just right, That's kind of nice. Yeah, crock pots are amazing, but they're like for very specific dishes. Stews, etc. Like I wouldn't make a stew with this thing. Yeah, just like how a microwave pizza, you know, is not winning any pizza competitions too. That chicken is wrong if you're making a full dish, though. I don't know about that. Like, it depends on the dish. Yeah, it is one of those, like, you'll probably just end up not using it. It depends on the dish, plus R. Like, it really depends on the dish. Like, if I was doing chicken tacos, no, like, that's the whole thing. And then the other part's just, slicing the onions and doing all that stuff. There are definitely dishes where, like, that's perfect chicken. but it's rare. Yeah, yeah. Like, you know, if you're going to be adding this to some sauce or whatever, then yeah, you're overcooking the chicken. Right? Like a, you know, butter chicken or tikka masala or whatever. Sure. I agree. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think the real money will be in a food prepping robot instead. But I think that's probably their goal eventually. They just figured this was an easier lift. I don't know. It seems interesting. It's my first time seeing it. But yeah, so for this bug, yeah, we could try add event listener instead. Sure. Tonight you leveled up, got yourself a pizza and some ice cream. Nice. Hell yeah. Oh, Hunar. Yeah, yeah. It's a lot like Hunar just made the comment. This is like that juice machine that comes with the pouches that you literally squeeze out of yourself better. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I get that. And honestly, dude, talented for $1,500. How much would it cost to just pay for a personal chef? Okay, so personal chef in Ohio. They work for a company that charges 50 an hour, minimum 4 hours per day. All right, so yeah, you would eat that pretty quickly. It depends on like how much time, right? Like over how much time. How long do we think this robot's even gonna last, you know? Right, so this person makes 75K a year as a private chef. Okay. And this is 4 years ago, too. Yeah, personal chefs are in if you have to ask, you can't afford it luxury. Yeah, I've heard different stories for like in other countries. I feel like I've heard that in India, it's actually like totally affordable to have a personal chef. That I don't know. Yeah, I don't even remember where I read it. I was just curious, just thinking out loud. Anyway, You sure code spent? I don't know. From what we were seeing, like Private Chef, they were talking like $50 an hour type stuff, which is definitely going to be more than 300 a week. Like, do you have a place in mind where you've seen those prices? Yeah, it would definitely be dependent on location, for sure. Yeah, like where do you even go to look for this? You know? And okay, so hold on. You lived in Vietnam. Really nice apartment, private gym, pool, and laundry service, and a personal chef. Costs around 2,500 a month. That's actually not bad. That's a really nice apartment. Has a personal chef for college athletes. Interesting. So he's probably just doing chicken and rice. I'm kidding, by the way. Just yeah. Single ingredient type dishes. Yeah, exactly. Oh, and I guess that's the point. Yeah. Does that include the grocery shopping aspect? Professional chef. I press the buttons on the microwave. Done. Actually, that's like working at a Denny's. Or no, Red Robin. It's like working at a Red Robin. You just press the buttons on the microwave. Yep. All right. So yeah, let's try this. Oh, that's not what I wanted. When so. Ah. And honestly, what if we just did this? Yeah, I mean, it's worth trying. Yeah, realistically, like this event should be set before the navigations, then it doesn't matter, right? Like the page show wouldn't work, but page hide should be fine. And we didn't even need to YOLO that up. I could just add a random link. Where do we want it to go? You knew exactly what my brain was thinking. Yep, okay, there we go. Oh, and that's not gonna work. Mm, yeah, we'll make it a button. Yeah, dude, good catch. Just want to make sure I'm doing this the exact same way. Yep. Hmm. All right, well, let's try prod. Yeah, so I was thinking too. Shit. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think you're totally right. Um, yeah, there's got to be some way to do this. There's a simpler fix, right? Like where we don't even need the listener, right? Let's just set the state before we navigate. Oh, shit. It was the wrong one. We were setting the wrong loading state. Like, it should have been here in the billing tier chunk. And sorry there, Nords, English only, please. I still think this is the right move, though. Right? Like, let's just set the loading state to false before we navigate. Hold on, let me check something on my camera. That sound I heard was pretty consistent with this thing falling off. Nope, looks good. All right. I've got like a little mini fan on my camera, and I was worried that it fell off, but I went and got where is it? Went and got some of this like 3M double-sided tape, like mounting tape or whatever, and it is much better than the Gorilla Glue that I was using. At least so far. Almost did it again. So yeah, this isn't, yeah, it's not something we can actually do. So yeah, we just got to YOLO it up to prod. Oh, hold on. I think you're right. Let's just try this. I think you're right. Yeah, what I'd want to do is maybe set like just a timeout of 0 to kick it to the next render or the next loop. Because I still feel like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the caching is tricky. Yeah, this is one of the more annoying bugs I've dealt with in a long time. And yeah, I don't know. Let me double check that. What's up, Mono? How you doing? Okay, so this one's done. Seems to be working all right. Like, we see it toggling back before it even navigates. On a rest day from snowboarding? Hell yeah. Yeah, what resort did you go to? So yeah, I think Unplug, you're probably right in that there could be some issues eventually, like, like on a slower device maybe. But I'm not sure. Oh, and Hunar, sorry, I just saw your comment. They only have a few things they microwave at Red Robin. Okay. Makes sense. It's just a rumor. It's just like a thing people make fun of. All right, so yeah, I'll call that task is done. You're at Cardrona. Yeah, I've looked into Cardrona before. Not Cardona. If I could spell. You linked turns for the first time. Nice. Man, yeah, their park looks pretty good too. Fourth beautiful blue day in a row, starting to get icy. Ooh, that's not good. Yeah, I've heard Coronet Peak's not bad. And Treble Cone's not bad either. A couple friends are up on Treble. Got it. Okay, so Treble Cone's like up this way. Cornet has night skiing? Okay. What is Snow Farm? Oh, it's just like a little mini thing. Got it. Remarkables. That's the one that I've heard the most about. Yes. Yeah, they've got like a nice, decent park. I hate this website. Like, I hate all the like the fade in animation bullshit. Oh, Cardrona is the biggest park? Oh. I mean, this one looks pretty good. Yeah, not quite as big. Wait, really? Maybe do a hard refresh and double check. Oh. Oh. No, no, I see it now. Okay. Yeah, never mind. No, you're right. So it's after editing. Back at batch interval comes back as null. Yeah, all right. So I thought we fixed it, but no, I didn't actually validate. Right? Like, we fixed one part of the bug, which is that we weren't setting the default value properly when editing. But now we're getting a null value that we shouldn't get, and that seems like a back-end issue then. All right, so yeah, let's reproduce it. Because, yeah, I wasn't testing the edit. Yeah, okay. Batch interval minutes is null. Yeah, but why? So it's weird. Right? So we're able to get the first value, right? The initial value. But then when we go to update it, it's no good. Okay. So then I go to edit, and we see in payload it is 120. Okay, yeah, that's definitely a backend issue. This is it. That was it. Okay. Yep, it's the way we were grabbing it from adders. Damn, this song's crunchy. All right, there we go. You just got back. Did we figure it out? Did we figure which part out? So yeah, there were two separate errors. So good catch there, Unplug. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. So now we can actually get to the functions. Damn, this song is super crunchy. Yeah, no, this is awesome. Yeah, like, I really appreciate it, Unplug. Right? Every indie hacker should stream. Like, dude, every indie hacker should stream working on their project. All right, so what I want to do is I want to use the restroom. I want to swap out these ice packs in my pocket. Get some fresh cold ones. Slice up some limes. And have some whiskey, but not as much as yesterday. It was a Friday. But yeah, be right back. Let me go use the restroom, and I will see you in a sec. Okay, and I'm back. How hot is it? 33.1. Oh, I forgot the ice packs. 33.1 Celsius in this room. All right, so yeah, I got the lime sliced. I forgot the ice packs. Now we're good. Ooh, and the album ended. Sorry. Didn't mean to leave you in silence. $92. So yeah, we're only 2 hotter than it is outside right now. Once it gets up to like 92 or 93 outside, we actually equalize. But man, it is just too hot. Thank you for the follows, Frackery. Again, probably my fault that we had any issues. Totally on me. Lion Eyes, thank you for the follow just a little bit ago. Streaming once you have the MVP up and running? Maybe. I think there's something to be said that, like, just because someone takes the idea doesn't mean you're less valuable, right? Like, in general, it's better to build when there's already an established market rather than trying to build the market yourself, right? There's all sorts of businesses that are majorly successful today that were not the first, right? And then there are some that were basically the first that are dead, right? Like, do you know anybody who still uses New Relic? Like, I know they still exist as a business, but dude, they are a far cry from the dominant player they used to be. Datadog has eaten their lunch. Six Sigma methodology? Not that I remember. You guys still use New Relic? Right. Sure, I get it. I forget what Six Sigma is. No, I've never worked in any org that used Six Sigma. In general, it feels to me like Six Sigma is one of those things that people get certified in and then they get paid to basically tell you what's wrong in your org. But it's one of those things where it's more ceremony than value. I'm not sure. But it's like the Agile, right? Or Scrum, right? Certified Scrum developer or Scrum whatever. Ugh. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. Like there's most likely value in it, but you pay a premium just for like the branded, approach. It's actually data driven. I understand that. Problem with data is that you might be measuring the wrong things. And maybe that's part of the, Six Sigma, like identifying what the right measurements are. I don't know. Oh, shit. One second. Camera. Camera shat the bed. Okay. I don't remember what song we were even on that album. We'll just start a new one. Let me reset the webcam. Okay. Let's do this because it's warm. Let's pour one of these. Delicious. Yeah, the limes. Limes were a great call. Arizona hard iced teas? Like, is that something Arizona makes, or you're just mixing the iced tea with stuff? And yeah, cheers. Dink. They make it? Oh, that's smart. That's genius of them. All right. So we solved all the bugs that we have reported so far. Not all of them. We've still got this like fiddling with read unread. Can show negative accounts or negative counts. We could just refetch the counts or the totals. That could be the fix. That's probably the fix. I was just trying to do it all like client side. Let me at least like mark this down. So yeah, now we can move on to the thing that we've been wanting to do for like the last week. And that is we want to get the Cloudflare functions working in a specific way. So let's look at this. So they're saying it must be at like the tip top level. Let's just double check this. All right, so we'll get that deployed up. What this means is the functions are going to get duplicated on both environments, right? Because we're doing the monorepo. At least that's my theory. And Bazite Linux. What is Bazite Linux? I'm curious about that. And then Zero. Like, okay, so it seems like you are a fan of Six Sigma at this point. Sounds cool. Are you doing it at work right now? Or is that just something that you're doing, like you're looking into on your own? Am I going to game later on? Yes. On Saturdays, I tend to game with Robotic another streamer. He's Australian, so his time zone's a little wonky, but it works out. Um, and currently, he and I are playing through Divinity Original Sin, the first one. I've still never beaten that one. Like, he and I typically play some kind of like RPG. So other games that he and I have played together were Wasteland 2 or 3. I forget which one, like the newer one. Um, he and I have played through the original Baldur's Gate and Baldur's Gate 2. I think. I don't remember if we finished Baldur's Gate 2, actually. Back when we were gaming with Algo Bro and Acorn, we were playing Baldur's Gate 3. We were doing an evil playthrough. We've also played Path of Exile 2. Um, we've played Last Epoch. Yeah, Acorn's great, for sure. Yeah, like, it's especially for like web dev here in the software and game dev category. Like, web devs really are like very close knit. Like, it's really cool. It's a really good community that way. And that's why I recommend that you always just raid other streamers. It's the best way to like introduce yourself to another streamer, right? Like, I don't know, it's a really good community. And yeah, like even game devs, they're great too. We're just, I don't think it's nearly as tight knit with the game crew, like the game dev crew. You got Far Cry 6 running perfectly on Proton via Debian. Interesting. Okay, I haven't even played that Far Cry. I think I started the one uh, that was maybe like the prequel to that one, like number 5, and then some other game came out. I don't remember what game. For solo gaming, I play all sorts of stuff. Um, lately, I've been really into the like time management type games. Like I just finished Punch Club 2. That one's just full of like 80s references in like a really good way. It's got a great soundtrack too. When Far Cry first came out, it was crazy. Do you mean like Far Cry 1, like the original Far Cry? Because I think the original Far Cry, like it was like more supernatural, right? Yeah, like you had like crazy like powers and stuff, right? I feel like the next games after that really toned it down. My favorite Far Cry game is Primal. My favorite Far Cry is Far Cry Primal. That one's amazing. That one's really good. I just love sending the big saber tooth out. Like the pet thing was my favorite bit. There's another game I really want to get back into again. Like I probably spent way too much time. Oh, and it looks like we finished this. So yeah, we can double check that. But God, what was the name of it? It was the one where you play as a primate, and you're like you're playing as a primate with like a community or whatever, right? Was it Ancestors? Yes, the Humankind Odyssey. Dude, this one is so fun. There's especially a way you can play that has like no UI, right? No like hints or whatever. I made a mistake making that my first experience, but it's really cool because like you kind of like discover these things like as a primate, and it becomes really cool. But I never made it past. Well, I did make it past the first act or the first like era or whatever. But I feel like there was other stuff I wanted to like learn and evolve first because like the next era got tougher. But it's really good. Like this game's fantastic. Monster Hunter, yeah, that's a great game too. Yeah, I need to add this to my. I need to add this to my wish list. But let's test this out. So, Messijo.com. And then API/support. You lose. Yeah, I couldn't get into Final Fantasy XIV. I don't know what it was. Like, I tried it. It feels dated, you know? Like, it's one of those games where you had to, like, really, like, be into it from the start. Because now the mechanics just, I don't know, something about it just feels, like, older. Like, it's the same problem that, like, WoW runs into. You know, when WoW does, like, a new season or whatever, right? Or, like, they do, like, some big new release. You can play for a bit, but then, like, you fall behind really fast. It's a game that you gotta, like, keep doing, you know? That part's a bit of a bummer to me. There's this show, though. Hold on. Anyone remember the name of it? It's like a Amazon Prime show that has like very like short episodes that are like a glimpse into some like universe. One of the ones was like a New World like episode. It had like Arnold as like the main character. It was really good, dude. I really like those. What's the name of that show though? Um hmm Yeah, they're not gonna show it. Because it's like it's definitely not like their most popular. Here we go. It's not a drama. It's animation. And hey, Raimu, Mr. Sir, how you doing? No, it's not that. I really like Legend of Vox Machina. Oh, Good Omens is so good. I really like Good Omens. But yeah, Mr. Sir, how you doing? What were you up to on your stream today, Raimu? Making your parser still. Cool. Awesome. DD Meta Challenge? What does that mean? What is DD? You're doing better. Oh, you had a migraine last week? Ooh. Today working on having your parser able to parse itself. Data disintegrator. That's the name of your parser. Got it. Okay. Got to get that SEO up, man. I would assume that it's public. Like, is it open source? Oh, maybe not. Okay. So you're not publishing it yet. Oh, got it. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. So that was like a big part of why you had to stop working on certain things, right? Okay. Got it. Well, I'm glad you're streaming again, man. That's awesome. Yeah. No, that's super good. And I really feel like you could probably get permission to open source it. But would Apple want to open source it under their name? Maybe. I maybe shouldn't have said that. Sorry. I'm not sure if you doxed that. I'm sorry. I don't know if you say that on stream. I'm sorry for saying it. I can delete the VOD. It's a long and drawn out process. Got it. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Raimu. I didn't mean to dox that. What up, Numbers? How you doing, Tommy? Yeah, I'll delete the VOD. No big deal about the company name? Okay, just making sure. I just didn't even think about it. Brain fart. Okay, cool. Just wanted to double check. I don't want you getting in any hot water over this stoner. Are you going to TwitchCon this year? And if you're not like doing the con, are you gonna, be able to make it out in chat? I'm not sure which day is gonna be like the better day for it, but I'll let you know. It is October, I want to say like 18th or 19th or something. Oh, Tommy. Yeah, I don't think I met you there either. Yeah, you missed meeting me too. I think. Unless we met and you didn't tell me. Oh, you meant EU. Got it. EU. I was going to say, like, come on, man. Yeah, I haven't gone to EU yet. I still don't have my passport. I'm blowing it. I've got all my stuff in order. I should make that happen. That was a big travel ordeal. Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah. I've never flown internationally. I've only been to Canada once. Like, I've been all over the US, but I've just never left the country. And I need to do that at some point. Just to say I did that. Sorry, that's a reference to The Color of Magic. There's a character played by Sean Astin, who's a tourist. And yeah, like as a tourist, his entire reason is like, so I can go back home and say, I did that. Like, I don't know. It's really good. You have to be really into Terry Pratchett for it to be a good show, like for you to enjoy it. So if you didn't like Good Omens, you're definitely not going to like Color of Magic. The EU is fun, just try not to get scammed. Yeah, it's crazy to me that the scamming is so much worse, like in the touristy places there, than it is in the touristy places here in the US. Like, it's crazy to me, actually. Like, why is that? Like, in the US, you pretty much never have to worry about, like, carrying your backpack in front of you. You know, it's like, that's a strictly, like, European thing. And that's weird. Like, I don't know. Like, I do still think about, like, yeah, if I'm going into, like, a lot of crowds, I'd like it if my back pocket zipped or buttoned, you know? Or just carry your wallet in your front pocket. Stuff like that. But anyway, we are, for everyone joining from the raid, here's what we're working on. We're trying to get some API endpoints to work via Cloudflare functions. So Talented, you're in the US and you still do the front pocket thing? I get it. Makes sense. I totally get it. Yeah, I don't know. I've never felt like I needed to do it in a lot of places. I do want like I want like a button or a zipper on my back pocket though. And oh man, I see unplug. So unplug, this is definitely maybe a flaw in my system, but you can just delete your keyword and then add it back again. I'm not worried about it. I should definitely create like an admin interface to where I can like give people like forever free licenses. You don't need to, but habits. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no worries. Unplug. Ooh, okay. Honestly, unplug. I should give you access to the linear board. you know, I should just totally give you access to the linear board. Yeah. So unplug. Let me just point this out. I am happy to test and demo your product whenever you want to. Right? Scratch each other's back kind of thing. I really appreciate all this. Are you using it mainly because this is something you actually want to use, or is it you're testing out because you're being a good dude? Either way works, but if it's actually a product you like, that's even better. And yeah, I'd love to give you like a free forever license. You will definitely use it. Okay, cool. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, especially once I start adding other platforms and all that, right? So yeah, sounds good. Cool. Yeah, that's some good validation. Thank you. And yeah, dude, chaotic. Thanks, Mr. Sir. And yeah, I'm slacking on the fantasy football thing. It's looking like we have to do it next weekend. Because we're not going to do it tonight. I'm a bad commissioner. But yeah, so next weekend is going to be it, regardless of if it works for people. I got to reach out to a bunch of people to make sure they're in. And I'm pretty sure Atoda is in there twice. I'm almost positive. I think that should be a bug, right? You shouldn't be able to have two teams in a league. You'll be pretty busy next weekend. Yeah. Definitely like make sure that you set your stuff. Um, yeah, that'll be important. I'll definitely tag people and let them know. Hold on. So I don't know why. I shouldn't even be looking at this stuff. But just randomly, I clicked a thing from my email that said job hugging is out. Or sorry, no, job hopping is out, job hugging is the rage or some BS. Let's see what we think about this. Right, so according to a report from Corn Ferry, wow, Jonathan Davis really branching out, huh? A global organizational consultancy firm, blah, blah, blah. At an alarming rate, more and more employees are displaying what is colloquially known as job hugging, which is to say, holding on to their jobs for dear life. Yeah, that's not a good sign. Like, that's really not a good sign. Yeah, Jonathan Davis has got to pay the bills. For sure, man. I get it. You can't Adidas all the time. If you're not aware, yep, I listened to Korn back in the day. Those braids, my mom did them for me. Is that a Korn lyric? Those braids, my mom did them for me? It totally could be a Korn lyric. Those dreads, my mom did them for me. Like, yeah. I think I remember saying like I wanted dreadlocks, and my mom was like, "No, come on, no dreadlocks. Well, I'll give you braids." Oh, you can't Adidas all the time. Yeah. Adidas is a song by Korn. I don't know if they were ever sponsored by Adidas, but basically, there's a song called Adidas, and it's like an acronym. All day I dream about sex. Very appropriate for 13-year-old like boys, right? Like, yep. No, they knew their target market. They totally knew their target market. There's Adidas by Outkast too. Oh, I didn't know about that one. Is it the same acronym? That'd be crazy. Yeah, I will point out I'm a bit of like a Korn snob. I like their first and second album. I don't like anything after it. Follow the Leader. There's maybe like one or two good songs on that album. The rest sucks. From my perspective. If you like it, keep liking it. Yeah, at one point I pivoted from Korn to Tool, right? And then Tool became my identity. Technically Tool and Primus. Oh, running out of water. I might have to go pour more water. We got just enough. Nice. So yeah. How's everyone's Saturday going? It is way too damn hot here in Washington. Like 33.3 degrees Celsius. No. Like the first and second album are good. I just don't like anything after that. I could probably still put on and enjoy the first album. And that album is like, dude, that one's a banger. It's not quite like Deftones Adrenaline, but it's a banger. Like, more songs than like half are bangers. I'd have to go back and listen to them again just to be sure. And let me do this. It's just water. And Etch, everything, you're great tonight. Everything is chill, and life in general just falls into place. That is nice. Yeah, I think what this is hinting at is that people are not optimistic about the job landscape. Yeah, as pessimism around employment prospects grows, right? Like, if you got a job, you're holding on to it. It's also part of why I'm not necessarily looking for other roles right now either. Just because what is the longevity of that role? Could I work there for 2 years, or is their budget going to go? I don't know. Right? Like, as a DevRel, yeah, DevRel might get cut by organizations, right? I'm at a company that is profitable. It's kind of nice to stick with a company that is profitable, right? Where like growth is a thing, not austerity, right? Not cutting budgets. So yeah, I don't know. It's tough. You saw GitKraken's logo on the Ubuntu install screen too? Wait, really? Could you screenshot that? Like, how could I screenshot that? Okay. Yeah, no, that'd be huge. I think, yeah, the company would love to hear that. Yeah, I will happily share that with work. And yeah, thanks, Talented. But yeah, this is not a good sign, right? Ubuntu is great, but you use Debian 12 at the moment. Yeah, it's interesting. Ubuntu LTS is actually further behind than Debian at this point, as far as like versions go and stuff, which is crazy. Like, that's crazy to me. Right? Ubuntu was the chosen one because Debian wasn't updating quick enough. But now, Debian is actually updating faster than Ubuntu LTS. That's crazy. It's fucking crazy, dude. I think this is like a good buffer tweet. Oh, how the turntables. Yeah, thanks, Talented. I appreciate you, man. Yeah, thank you, dude. So yeah, how do we feel about this tweet? Pretty solid? Should I zoom in a bit? Oh, how the turntables. It's an old reference, but it's a good one. So you switched from XFCE to GNOME and went to X11 instead, from X11 to Wayland. I know some of those words. Yeah, I haven't done the Linux desktop thing in ages. I'm actually considering, though, doing the Linux thing on my like super old Mac Mini. I'm like majorly considering that. I just at the moment I'm still considering that like Mac Mini, that whole hard drive as its own like snapshot in time. So I need to back up that snapshot to another drive. Right? That way I can like comb through it archival style. I understand that, DeGrinchy, but technically Debian was always an LTS. Like as far as like VPSs were concerned. So like Debian was touted as you use Debian because it's basically LTS with every release, right? Whereas like Ubuntu LTS was more up to date at the time. And now it's actually flipped, right? Debian, still while trying to be as stable as possible, is still more up to date than Ubuntu. Like, and their LTS. So it's less about the underlying OS and it's more about, you know, like the package repositories. No, and like I get it. This isn't like a slight on any of them, right? I think it's going to be this like ping pong effect of like, well, eventually Ubuntu LTS is going to have to keep more up to date and blah 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 and whatever. Yeah, but Debian was this solid release back in the day, and Ubuntu LTS was more up to date, like consistently until very recently. The packages are the OS to a degree. I agree with that. Yeah, to a degree. For things like PHP, though, are they? Are they? Like PHP versions and like some of that stuff, like Docker versions, etc. Are they? And that's the thing I'm actually like recognizing first, right? Like Docker Compose is so out of date on the current Ubuntu LTS that it's weird, dude. It's like really weird. Yeah, I don't know about like the current like PHP situation. I don't remember or know what like Ubuntu LTS's PHP version is, but Docker Compose is so far out of date that it's crazy. No, and that makes sense there. I crashed my bike, and maybe the Docker Compose thing is the same thing, but like that's just the point I'm trying to make. Back in the day, if you wanted to still use Debian, you had to opt into like, you know, if you wanted to use the latest PHP, you had to opt into like a whole separate repository for it. But you know what? Ubuntu LTS actually had a late enough version of PHP that it was just more up to date, right? It was a better experience instead of having to set up the separate repository and all that BS, right? Um, and nowadays I feel like it's flipped, which is interesting. And it'll probably keep ping ponging between what people expect out of enterprise and like, you know, long-term solutions, etc., and then what people expect out of like having something be usable. All right. Thank you, talented Mr. Sir. I'm gonna do it on my phone so I can upload it for work. Yeah, give me a second. Let me put more music on real quick. Ooh, wait. Thomas Barandon has a new album. Ooh, we're checking it out. Oh, we're checking that out. Fuck yeah, dude. A whole new album from Thomas Barandon. Yes. How do I save the image? There we go. Save. Image saved. Where did it save to? Is it in photos now? It is. Perfect. So now I can upload this to my work machine. AirDrop it. No, not to the Mac Mini. Shit. I actually meant to do this one. Dude, my work laptop probably needs a reboot. Dude, this shit's so fucking slow right now. I think the fanless is getting me on this MacBook Air. Right? When the temperature is this hot. I think that's it. I think it's a temperature thing. It is an ARM Mac, but it's running really poorly right now. It's probably like all the other BS I have opened. Like I need to close some stuff, but yeah, it's running really slow right now. Dude, yeah, this MacBook Air is running really slow, dude. And it is super hot to the touch. Wow. Yeah, no, it's really bad. All right, so I'm gonna have to get some more water here in a second. Give me just a moment while I'm waiting for this MacBook Air to actually like load and do its thing. All right, let me close that. Dude, you went to a pitch your business competition a few months back and won it, and they gave you a MacBook Pro M4 Max with 64 gigs of RAM. Dude, that is a beast of a machine. Yeah, yeah. No, this MacBook Air that I got is not the tip top, which is crazy because like I have to edit video with it, you know? Like this is a video editing machine. So yeah, I'm on an M3 with 24 gigs of RAM. It ends up being fine, you know. They offered the 128 gig RAM, but since it was 6 weeks out, like, okay, so they gave you $900 too. Holy shit, dude! Where are these competitions and how do I sign up? It was in Dallas. I would fly to Dallas. Like, dude, I would fly to Dallas just to do that. Like, holy shit, dude. Oh my god. That's amazing. All right, so hold on. Let me grab this, copy. Dude, it's not even keeping up with my typing in Slack. Oh my god. All right, so let me go grab some more water. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. And man, we are in a heat wave here in Washington. I am currently at 404 not found. Yeah, exactly. Nailed it. Ah, $50 to pitch. Ah. Oh. Right. Yeah, yeah. Like, no, that makes sense. Yeah, small business owners. Yep. I totally get it. Dude, that's huge talented. You are hugely talented. Okay. Yeah, dude, that is super huge. Thank you for sharing that, talented. Like, that's really awesome, man. Um, I need to copy the link and share it to another channel. And hey, what's up, easy peasy? Lemon squeezy, huh? Way better than stressy, zesty, lemon depressy. Way better. All right, so let me do this. Yeah, dude, thank you so much, Talented. Like, that makes me look really good. Like, just the fact that I'm on the pulse of all this stuff. I'm not, you are. But, man, just even having visibility into that. I don't think anyone at Get Kraken might even know about it. So, yeah, no, I really appreciate it. Thanks, man. It makes me look like really good. Like, I'm always working, technically, which is actually not very far off from the truth. All right, so one thing I want to do then is I want to maybe copy that folder, and I maybe want to try and put it inside of the marketing folder as well. All right. So we are pushing this up. What we're trying to do is figure out where our functions folder needs to live so that we can actually serve this stuff. Right? Because we're running into an issue with our Cloudflare functions not actually working through like the Astro Cloudflare integration. And that's a problem. It should work. It should be just fine. But it's not working. So now we got to figure out, well, which one of these folders could work, and could we just opt out of the Cloudflare thing? I bet we could. I think we totally could. The problem that we're going to run into is that technically we're running these like API endpoints, and we've got these dependencies. We got one on ULID and we got another on Zod. If we're going to do the functions thing without doing the Astro integration, that means Astro's build process isn't going to be aware of where these dependencies come from, etc. So we're going to have to build our own hack of compiling these dependencies in. Realistically, we could include them just into this file, but it's gross. So then at that point, do I need ULID, or do I just want to create my keys in a different way? And we could do that. But then do I need Zod? I could create my keys in a different way. No, they still haven't replied. Like, Ben doesn't work for them anymore. Ben would have been the person that would reply. Astro is probably scraping by at this point, because how are they monetizing? How are they actually monetizing their product? Yeah, without Ben there anymore. Who is the person that would do this? I don't know, man. Honestly, yeah, Astro's just a much better Gatsby. Everyone from Gatsby should just, like, pivot. No, because I don't think it's a bug in Astro. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, yeah, for sure. No, dude, Trash Dev is so good with the memeing. Yeah, I saw this one earlier. Yeah, dude, I watched this earlier today. I woke up and watched this from my phone because I didn't have my laptop actually next to me. I actually got a noise complaint yesterday too, which is weird because I went to sleep super early last night. So I don't think it was me that was like the noisy actor. But I don't remember hearing anyone else being noisy either. But yeah, that was weird. Like, I went to sleep early last night, dude. Because I had too much whiskey. Like, I didn't even play any games. I didn't even play any games. Snoring too loud. I don't snore. As far as I know, I don't snore. I sleep on my side. Snorers typically sleep on their back. I don't know if you know that, but yeah, snorers typically sleep on their back. I'm a side sleeper. Ever since I learned about how a bunch of fucking rock stars asphyxiated on their own vomit, yeah, I'm a side sleeper. Is that a weird concern to have? Maybe. Welcome to my brain. You know? Like, yeah, dude. No, totally. That's how they died? I'm a side sleeper now. Only time I've ever not been a side sleeper is when I've broken one of my collarbones. That's the only time I've ever slept on my back. You don't snore, you just pretend you're a tractor. Right? Yeah, totally. I get it. No big deal. But no, I do not snore. I had a girlfriend say I did snore, but then multiple other people have said I don't snore. So I just think she didn't know what snoring was, and she was a fairly oblivious person in general anyway. I mean, I'll allow it, but no, not hoes, just like girlfriends after. Like one girlfriend said I snored. Years and years later, not a single other girlfriend said I snored. And I like specifically asked them. No. See, I just think that first one just had no idea. Sleeping stream. I could do it, but I sleep in my boxers, you know? If I wore pajamas, maybe. See, I don't sleep talk either. I've only ever known one person that sleep talks. And they were one of the people that told me I don't snore. And they were a person that's really particular about snoring. Like they tend to want to sleep with like earplugs in type person because they're like really sensitive to sound while they sleep. I don't know. This was not a girlfriend that said that. This was just someone I would have liked to be a girlfriend. Whatever. I think we've all had that situation happen before. Maybe not. Maybe you're just that Chad, but whatever. My best friend at the time that I wanted to be a girlfriend told me I didn't snore. Oh, hold on. Oh, I need to cut more limes. No, not like bad situations. No, it's all been pretty chill. I do need to cut some more limes though, so give me a second. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna slice some limes. Happens quick. All right, got my limes. But yeah, Trash Dev is the king of like dev memes on Twitter. I'm actually kind of jealous of how good he is at that. All he's doing is repurposing stuff from Reddit. But he does it in a really good way. And he admits to it, right? No, I see a meme on Reddit. I turn it into a dev meme on Twitter. Boom. And that's where he's gotten all of his growth. Very smart of him. Not a stupid dude. Alrighty, so we should be fully deployed up. This right here, is it still a 404? It is. What the fuck, dude? All right, I got one more thing I'm going to try. Let's get more music going, though. And I'm not so sure about that album. I don't think it's one I should buy. This one could be better. Maybe. He goes for like the atmospheric a little too much. Ooh, this is not bad so far, though. So I got another thing I want to try. We've got our Astro config. We need to actually get rid of the Cloudflare adapter. I think that might be it. Oh, I'm liking this already. Oh, this is definitely better. What was my first programming language? ActionScript. That's how old I am. Oh, hold on. Yeah, ActionScript. It was the scripting language you used in Flash. Cannot use server rendered pages without an adapter. What server rendered pages are there? Oh, you've never even heard of Flash? Interesting. Flash was huge. See if this builds. Nope. Let me put it this way, though. I was not actually programming with ActionScript. I was gluing together a bunch of snippets I found. But the first website I ever made, besides like GeoCities, etc., was absolutely a Flash website. Like, you click a button, you go to another scene type stuff. Like, for sure. Yeah, 2Craze. I'm a web developer, right? This is not a game dev stream. I've been a front-end dev for the past 10 years-ish. Technically, the past couple years, I've been a developer advocate, which is similar. And yeah, exactly their unplug. I remember copying and pasting from Karupa to make this website happen, right? Like a bunch of bullshit. You started with Flash too. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Yeah, the first proper like REST API I ever made was PHP. Oh, you didn't even see the software and game development? Well, I mean, hold on, 2Craze. What, like, you've been following for over a month at this point. Have you not been paying attention at all? Like, all right, I get it. It's fine. It's no big deal. PHP, the moneymaker? Maybe. You just enjoy the stream like you don't even care what the category is. That's really cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, what game were you hoping I'd play eventually? No, I appreciate that. That's really nice. Thank you. So yeah, hold on. Why is this not working? There it is. Okay, so yeah, the pre-render false thing was actually a big part of the problem. Okay. All right, so now we got these things kicking off. It'll take a little bit of time. That means, oh no, I guess we get to just like chat and hang out. Woe is me, whatever shall I do? It's like I got whiskey to drink or something. And yeah, 2Craze, like what category did you think we were in? Did you think this was like a just chatting stream? I could understand that. That makes sense to me. It's kind of what we do anyway. Shit. Is Cloudflare free? Cloudflare has a really good free tier, for sure. I am having a bourbon. I'm mixing it with water and then squeezing a quarter of a lime into it. So Scion, if you're ever curious about what we're doing and what our plans are, we do have a today command that you can run in the future. We knocked out a bunch of bugs yesterday. We did a bunch of bugs today. And now we're really trying to figure out how we can get the Cloudflare functions to work with what we're deploying. So we need to let these deploys happen, and they're all queued up and doing their bullshit. So yeah, we got some time to kill while we hang out. Yeah, we're just dealing with a bunch of like deploy BS and deployments. Like the endpoints that we're trying to hit fully work locally, but they don't work once they're deployed. So we have to go through the deploy process to try and debug this. It's not ideal, but it is what it is. So chars, why serverless functions? Because this is for the marketing site, right? Messijo.com is just a static website. I don't want a VM to host static files because that's crazy. But I do still need to have some functions run for submitting a request for enterprise, for, submitting a support ticket, things like that. There are very, very few things that need to happen from the marketing site as a server-side thing. The majority of this entire website should be statically deployable. And then I don't have to worry about scaling a VPS, right? I don't have to worry about the Reddit hug of death because it's just static assets living on the CDN. In general, if you can deploy statically, you should deploy statically. So then when you need to escape that in just a small way, yeah, a server-side function works great. Yeah, no worries, Charles. Yeah, it was a good question. I'm sure there were other people wondering too. Yeah, good question. All right, so you found your way to my stream. You saw that you enjoyed the stream. You followed, stayed ever since. You were more focused on seeing when I was streaming rather than looking around. You find watching what I work on very interesting, and overall just enjoy chatting. Yeah, hell yeah, man. No, that's the fun part. In general, I think I make great background noise while you're working on stuff too. And if you're not working on something, you could. And we can chat when you have some downtime. The way I like to think about this stream is it's basically a podcast that you can put on in the background while you're doing other stuff. And when you got a moment, you got a chance to chat. Exactly. Thank you. How long have I been working on Messijo? It's probably at like 3 months at this point. I only work on it here on stream. That's something that I do on purpose because I want people to see the entire process. There's too many times where you'll see someone doing work on stream, but then they do like the hard part off stream, and it feels a bit like draw the rest of the owl type of problems, I want to show the entire thing. The only stuff I'll do off stream is maybe like working with a bunch of like bullshit like secrets, like API keys, etc. I don't like having to hide my screen while I do API key stuff here on stream, so I'll sometimes do that, offline, because I just don't think it's valuable, I want to show the entire process. I want to show, making an idea happen, building it out, starting from scratch, launching it up, and publishing. And I think, that's my favorite part of dev in general. But I get to share that, and other people can see, what the whole process is. So it's good for juniors. I also have a bunch of seniors in my chat helping me be better, because sometimes I take the shortcuts and end up shooting myself in the foot. Yeah, junior. Don't call me junior. Yeah, how do we not have that as a command? All right, so all this shit should be deployable. Can we refresh it and do a thing? Motherfucker. It should switch to that song when the command is run. That's not a bad idea. I feel like we'd only end up hearing that song, though. Dude. We could at least, play the clip, right? Don't call me Junior. That'd be good. I think that'd be nice. I put it here in public, will that work? Will that do the thing? And this is not a fix, this is a chore. Technically, we could even like prefix it with like debug or something. And man, I need to shave. It really doesn't look good when this stuff starts growing out. If I could get like a proper 5 o'clock shadow anywhere else on my face, maybe. But the fact that it only grows right here, and right here, it's a little white trashy. I can't even get the mustache to connect. Like Raimu and his like, I believe what Raimu has is called a Van Dyke, where it's like the mustache connected to the goatee. I can't even do that one. I'll probably never be able to do that one. Such is life. It takes talent. Yeah, you worked towards that. So then, Chars, your shit grows too fast, right? Yeah, right. Grass is always greener. I get it. Like, I haven't shaved in easily like 4 days, maybe 5. It might even be like a full week. We all have flaws, exactly. Yeah, for sure. But it's like, it's one of those things. Like, if you can grow a really good beard, you just wish you didn't have to shave, right? But if you can't grow a good beard, you just wish you could grow a good beard. It reminds me of a Daniel Tosh joke. I've started using a straightener on my pubes. When you have curly hair, you just want straight hair. Can you imagine seeing straight hair down there? That'd be weird, dude. That'd be super weird. When you got curly hair, you just want straight hair. Like, dude, it's so weird. Hold on, we're skipping this song. Yeah. This album's not bad. It's like good background noise, but there's not a single song that's like grabbed me. Whereas like some of like Thomas Brandon's stuff grabs you, you know? He's going too deep into the atmospheric stuff. If I wanted to listen to post rock, I just put on Explosions in the Sky, man. Nope, I dropped it. Yes, we haven't listened to that one today, so absolutely. Yeah, we'll switch over. That's a good call. Shouldn't have done that. That line was just a boy. Yeah, exactly. Shouldn't have done that. That line was just a boy. Who here actually recognizes that as a Sling Blade reference versus a South Park reference? To you, that's a South Park reference, right? Which I get. I totally understand. But it's a Sling Blade reference instead. The film that brought us fucking... What's his name? He's in the T-Mobile commercials now. God. Hooked up with Angelina Jolie. Like, as a fucking old man. Dude, nailed it. What's the dude's name? First film I remember seeing him in... Yeah, Billy Bob. Billy Bob! Nah, fucking Billy Bob, man. Yeah, first thing I ever remember seeing him in, like, I didn't even see Sling Blade. I remember him from Armageddon. What was everyone's, like, first Billy Bob, like, film? There's no way this is recent. Oh, yeah. What was the movie? Monster, I believe? Yep. I remember being a teenage child, for sure. Damn, so it wasn't his first shit. He'd been acting for like a decade before Sling Blade. That's crazy to me. Damn, that's actually crazy to me. He'd been acting for a fucking decade before he became like a real like leading man in Sling Blade. That's crazy, dude. Wait, he was in Out There? Out There is recommended to me a bunch. Oh my god. Tombstone. I didn't even remember him in Tombstone. But then, right, just look at his career. He did Sling Blade and a bunch of other bullshit, and then basically like broke out in Armageddon. I'm almost guaranteeing that Sling Blade was the thing that made him a real actor. Primary Colors was good, right? It's basically like the Bill Clinton story. I want to say Armageddon was like his first big film where like he was the dude, you know? I didn't realize he was a voice in Princess Mononoke. What? What? No way, dude. Yeah, Homegrown sucked. Nah, Homegrown sucked. Now, Armageddon's what did it. Pushing Tin was a great film, too, actually. One of the last good John Cusack films. All right, let's try this. We should be deployed by now. Motherfucker. Astro, why you fucking me here, man? All right, hold on. Wrong directory. Which database do I like? I'm not that picky. It depends on what I'm building. I don't have a strong opinion between Postgres and MySQL. I think either one would solve any problem I have. I just don't give a shit. What about NoSQL? There are very few cases where I think NoSQL is the right choice. Like, I'll use Dynamo if I'm building something AWS Lambda based, for sure, just because I want to scale to 0. No light mode here. I mean, don't tempt me with a good time. My opinion on graph type databases. I think graph databases are really good for very specific things, but they probably shouldn't be your core database. Distributed write-ahead log type stuff for small things, for internal work apps. It avoids the DBA headache. I can understand that. Like, the Mongo, or sorry, not Mongo, Meteor built mini Mongo that is basically a tail of the write-ahead log to do like their syncing. And I think it's a really cool pattern, but it doesn't scale nearly as well as you'd like. So then, like, you run into some BS. But for internal stuff, it becomes really valuable. Right? If you're building like a micro app where you want real-time interaction, like Meteor is a really good choice because of the whole like tailing of the Mongo write-ahead log. I think graph databases are fucking magic, though. I'm a big fan of Neo4j. Like the fact that Neo4j and like OpenCipher and all that stuff has like progressed to where it is really cool. What you might not know or realize is that Neo4j is named after Neo from the Matrix. And it's why they named their query language Cypher. Because they're a bunch of Matrix fanboys. If you were not aware of that, yeah, it's the canonical truth. It's a really fun fact, for sure. They're just a bunch of fucking Matrix fanboys. Yeah, dude, it's really fun that way. Yeah, like Neo4j gets a bunch of just like, damn, that's cool. Just because of that, you know? It's really cool. But the fact that they open sourced Cypher to make OpenCipher is even better, you know? I really like their mentality, for sure. And it's a really old article at this point. Grandma's wish list Neo4j. There was like a really old article that someone posted that's no longer even like accessible via the internet, but it's on the Wayback Machine. I don't have the link for it, but it was basically a, hey man, right? Your grandma wants to figure out what toys to gift their grandchild. Could you build a graph database that solves the problem of how do I figure out what toys someone else is gifting this grandchild or what their friends have so that they can have the toy that doesn't overlap with the same person? And this really harkens back to, I don't know about toys these days because I haven't bought one in ages, right? if you're going to buy the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and your 3 friends have the other 3, do you want to get the one for them that isn't the one that your friends have? How could you write a query that does this? And graph databases are really good at that problem. Like, the query for that becomes really fucking simple in Cypher. It's a nightmare in SQL. DQ-Lite, which is a distributed version of SQLite. Oh. I haven't even heard of that there, Chars. That sounds cool. DQ-Lite. I like that name. What is my rationale behind query types not being a primary choice for dev? In general, I don't think your canonical database should be a graph database. And it's not even necessarily based upon the technology. It's about, like, devs. How are you going to hire devs that can manipulate this thing? Are you going to have to train them up on Cypher? Yeah, it's just not a good idea, right? And in general, most queries could be just a simple, like, SQL get, you know? Like, sure, there might be a couple joins, but a join or two is not a big problem. I think graph databases have value, but if you're at a company, you have to think about who you can hire that can fill a void very quickly. Like, you know, that's a very important concern from a business standpoint. If you're not thinking about that at a business level, I don't know, like, there's a problem there. Every single project we build as devs should be concerned with, what if I leave this company, right? The bus factor or the lottery factor, however you want to, like, phrase that. The bus factor and the lottery factor should be the most important thing you're thinking about when building a project at a company. If you're doing it for your own shit, who gives a shit? It doesn't matter. But if you're building a project at a company, and if you got hit by a bus or you won the lottery and you left the company, who could pick up this project and how quickly could they be productive? If you're not thinking about that at work, you're fucking up. You're not a person that I would want to work with. Technically, you know? I don't want to inherit some crazy fucking project that shows some weird ass shit for no reason, because we're not even going to have that scale anyway. Right? Pick something that you can have someone jump into and be productive like that. Chars, so wait, like, you agree, but you feel like you've been burned by that recently. When you say you've been burned, like, were you pushed into a project because someone left and they were using a bunch of tech that you weren't familiar with? Like, is that it? I'd be curious about that. Or are you saying the opposite? Like, you just picked something that was the best choice because you could have people jump in, but another tool would have solved the problem better. I'm just curious there, Chars. Like, based upon what you said, it's easy to interpret it two different ways. So yeah, a little bit of, like, clarification would really help. Up to you, like, you know. So then 3D factor, why React? You're subjective, but Vue or Angular use signals that are way superior. Why do you think signals are superior? I'm really curious about that mindset. I actually think signals are the wrong approach for Angular. I think RxJS is a better approach for almost every single state management you want to do. Right? Just build a service with subjects. Signals are basically proxies for basic data, right? You're not going to do giant objects and giant, like, other things with signals. You want to update a finite thing. That means nothing to me, 3D. Like, 3D factor, yeah, that's a straw man argument. That doesn't matter to me whatsoever. I don't give a shit. I don't fucking care. I still think, right, like, observables are also considered for a standard, which is what RxJS is based on. So, like, your comment there with the ... that's a bit passive-aggressive is kind of bullshit. Yes, there's absolutely a proposal for fucking observables, too. So it makes your comment there moot. Like, I would refrain from the ... It's a weird passive-aggressive thing that just doesn't lend itself to civil conversation. Like, stop using the ... when having online conversations, because it implies a bit of, like, a superiority complex. And it's just not applicable. It's not a good conversation. So in your case, you chose tech that is easier to use, more common, right? Whatever, because folks wanted to contribute. They didn't end up contributing anyways. Not sure how much detail to give. No, I get that. Chars, it's less about opening it up to contribution, because people aren't going to do anything outside of their, like, expected what they need to do for work, right? It's just not going to happen that way. But if you left the company and someone had to take it over, how much learning do they have to do to be productive? That's the important bit. It's not that you're looking for other people to contribute while you're there, but if you left, what does the company do with that project? You're fucking up by picking something that only you know. That's my opinion. I could be wrong, you know. This is just my opinion on that stuff. But in general, yes, you should pick something that if you were to win the lottery or get hit by a bus, right? You aren't at the company anymore. What is someone going to do in your absence? Someone's going to get assigned that shit. So it's not about encouraging contribution. It's about someone being forced to take on that contribution. If you're using a common technology, you're way better off. And it's why a lot of companies have a dictated set of languages, like languages you can actually use. Google has like 3 languages you can use to build a new project. They do that for a very specific reason. Right? It's Java, C++, or TypeScript. And that's basically it. You might be able to find some random shit for like Dart, because yes, the ads team still uses Dart. But in general, you've got 3 choices for languages to pick at Google for a side project that they will actually endorse and be okay with you using your 10% time. So I get it there, 3D factor. What does signals do better than atomic state? So if you're not familiar with Yotai, I would say check out Yotai. Yotai is a really interesting state management mechanism for atomic state that doesn't use signals. If you want to use signals, right, or basically proxies, there's Vaultio instead, right, from the same fucking people. Right? Vaultio right? It's a proxy state mechanism, and almost all implementations of signals are proxies. I don't know if you know that. You can opt into it, but why is Voltio inherently better than Yotai? It isn't. It's just atomic state. It's fine. It's not a big deal. The moment that you need something bigger, you'll start looking into something like Zustand, also made by the exact same fucking group. So Zustand, Voltio, Yotai are all state management mechanisms built by basically the same group called Poimanders or something like that. I don't know how to pronounce it. And there is value to all of them, right? The same group wouldn't build 3 different versions of state management if there was a reason to not do so. No, like, pick and choose why you use these things. So, Ivan, what you're asking is, Zustand is Redux. It's the same pattern, right? It's the whole fucking, like, reducer action, whatever, right? Like, yeah, Zustand is Redux for all intents and purposes, right? It's the same pattern. There's a reason that you build state or you maintain state using some of these mechanisms. In a large application, having one place to look for state changes is really important and valuable. And like, you could just look at your Zustand or Redux architecture and just look at this giant fucking thing that handles all of the actions you support. It's all centralized in a really interesting way. I still think there's value to maybe like splitting them out to multiple Redux stores or multiple Zustand stores. You got to really think about why you're doing that and how it works. And it's an architecture concern at that point. But in general, I think if you're building an Angular application, I think signals are a fucking mistake. I think signals and Angular are a fucking mistake. I'd rather co-locate all this stuff into a service using subjects instead. I'd rather have a set of like API services for making requests, and then a separate set of state management services that have this like reactive state that you subscribe to using observables. If you can maintain that architecture, it's really valuable. It's fucking awesome. I know the Primogen hates RxJS, but he was dealing with RxJS on the back end. He was not dealing with RxJS on the front end. I think RxJS makes a lot of sense on the front end. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's part of his shtick as well. For sure, right? Prime is a professional hater with nuance. And that's fine. That's okay. But, like, just don't listen to his opinions about any of this stuff too intently. He has great opinions. He's a very smart dude. But some of his opinions really come from a back-end perspective rather than front-end perspective. He's not a front-end dev. He's basically never been a front-end dev. Redux Saga was popular for a reason. No, Redux Saga was only popular because people were already like shoehorned into Redux as a pattern. Right? Thunks, etc. Right? Saga is better than Thunks. But if you're in like the Redux platform, like you just got to pick something that works with that in an asynchronous way. Whereas instead, there are other ways to do that same thing. Yeah, no worries there, Ami. Yeah, and we have them happen. I'm lucky that I've lived through all this, and I use all of the frameworks. I haven't done an Angular project in years. It's been a while, but, you know, Stream Parrot, something we built here on stream. Absolutely, man. Yeah, Angular. Right? This is an Angular app. I even do, like, the static rendering with Angular, too, using Scully. Oh, nope. That was a bad copy and paste. Sorry. Hold on. There we go. Right? Like, I have built applications with most things. When you see my chat overlaid, that's a view app. For sure, man. I pride myself on not trying to pick winners and being productive with anything. Because all the patterns are the same. Routing, state management, whatever. Saga brought observables as an alternative to thunks. That was a big reason for people choosing it over thunks. No, so thunks just kind of suck in general because it requires you to have basically like 2 actions per like asynchronous event. And Saga made it to where, no, it's just the same event, right? It's the same action. That was the benefit. That was like the huge win. And I could have a little bit of that mixed up. Like, I haven't worked on that many Redux projects. I've definitely used Redux. I've messed with it. I remember when Flux in general, there was like a dozen different like Redux-like implementations, right? There was Fluxible from Yahoo. There was like a bunch of bullshit to solve all these problems. Redux won for various reasons, right? And Redux won because it took the entire idea of how to do state management in an Elm, in an Elm application, and it made it approachable for JavaScript devs. Yeah, I also haven't done much of this for a long time. I do still think thunks had a bunch of boilerplate too, because like the boilerplate was splitting out, and maybe I'm misremembering thunks. I might be thinking about pre-thunk, pre-sagas, where you have an action for triggering a thing, and you have an action for the thing like having a result. That might be a pre-thunk mentality, and I haven't done thunks in a long time. So I might be mixing that up. It's been a long time. Like, dude, this is like 10-year-old knowledge at this point, because nobody cares or deals with that anymore. Okay, I am remembering that properly. All right, just double checking, making sure. Let me get more music going. That was a decent album. I wouldn't say it was good. But yeah, let's put on this one that someone requested. Yeah, in sagas, you could do it within a single action, right? Wait, really? I think I'm misunderstanding sagas at this point. I never actually used sagas in production. I've never done it. So yeah, I only have a very cursory knowledge of how sagas work and what they solve. I thought it was you would condense the action to a single action, and it was just some like async await shit. But yeah, you're probably right. I don't remember the other bullshit of it. So that's on me. That's my bad. And yeah, these conversations are really good, man. Ami, let me just put it that way, a Millenite. Angular is fine. I wouldn't recommend digging into Angular yet until you've started building like more bigger stuff with React. And then once you've gotten into React in a deep way, learning Angular should be pretty easy, actually. But if you opt into too many front-end frameworks in too short of a time, you never dig deep enough to understand the actual differences between them. Unpopular opinion, devs just like making shit complicated so it looks like they're productive. I can see that, sure. So sagas were generators, yeah. Like, so product devity, do you not realize that async await is built on top of generators anyway? It totally is. Async await is basically implemented as a generator. Do I think web components are dead as a tech? Man, you're just like really jumping into all this stuff that Theo makes videos about, aren't you? Yeah, is this Theo? Like, what's up, Theo? How you doing? No, I know it's not a Theo alt. He's not just farming opinions for his next video, because he doesn't need my opinion. He's a spy! Like, yeah, no. Let me go pee real quick. I gotta pour some more water anyway, so let me use the restroom, and we'll jump back into these conversations, because I have more fun with these conversations than I do having to debug the Cloudflare functions bullshit. So BRB, give me a sec. Alrighty, so yeah, I got fresh water poured. Let me double check a work comment. And then, real quick, hold on. Talented, are you still out there? Depending on your target. Yeah, for sure. Yep. Yeah, nowadays it's probably something a little deeper. But yeah, productivity. I wasn't bullshitting. I remember the exact, like, syntactic destructuring or whatever, or syntactic sugaring. And yeah, like, async await was just, at least for a time, literally syntactic sugar for generator stuff and, like, yield. I gave a talk about Koa back in, like, 2016, maybe. Yeah, exactly. 100%. Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, one of the very first talks I ever gave was actually that. Maybe not the first talk, but it's pretty close. I mean, it's syntactic sugar for generators working with promises. No, I don't have that talk on YouTube. Like, this is a long time ago. Do I have that talk on my GitHub, though? And I bet I do. Oh, it might not even be prefixed the right way. I don't think it is. So instead, it's probably like Koa? No. No, I might not even have that published. Hold on. Let me find a better way to look through my repos. And then, yeah, Talented, are you still out there? I'm just curious about how you first saw the message, and I could send them a chat on Discord too. But hold on. Ooh. Oh wait, hold on. Is that it? This might be it. Hmm. Okay, so I don't have it there. I know, it brings back really good memories. Yeah, dude. Bauer? A grunt file? Oh my god. Like, holy shitballs, dude. This shit's old school. Yeah, that's how you know I was doing it way back then. Why does everyone have Coinbase in their website code? What are you talking about? Like, do you have a reference? I'm really curious about that. Yeah, what do you mean, Craze? Do you have the Coinbase extension? Like the browser extension? That sounds to me like a browser extension thing. Yeah, exactly there, Craze. Yep, there it is. Yes, they're just injecting into every website. Yep. Yeah, that's a browser extension thing. Yeah, it's probably not for tracking. It's probably just so that you can like initiate transfers on any website kind of thing. It's fine there, Craze. We get it. We get it. I know, basically honey shenanigans. Exactly. All right, so I don't know if segmented's the right move. Oof. It's much deprecated, much wow. Couldn't even find a Python executable. Why is it looking for a Python? All right. So yeah, sorry, I was looking it up. I was trying to figure it out. Yeah, no, this talk is dead. It's not recorded or done anywhere. If I switch back to an older Node version, it might work, but it's still failing on the Python 2 thing. Yeah. No, that's a Python 2 issue. So I don't even know what I did or why, and like, dude, it's dead. So yeah, the talk was very simple. Let me just like summarize it. No, lithium. So this is a talk that I gave, oh my god, like, I don't know, Git LG. The last time I did a commit was 9 years ago. And for some reason, one of my dependencies required Python 2. Yeah, exactly. This was a talk that I gave at Seattle Node.js, right? That meetup. 9 years ago, which is crazy. Damn, it doesn't feel like that long. But anyway, yes, I gave this talk, and it was probably maybe my first, it might have been my first actual talk at a meetup. I think it really is. I think this is really my first talk. So I gave a talk about, at the time, IBM acquired Express. And there were a lot of people that were like, oh shit, IBM bought Express. We should pivot to something. So then I started looking into Koa, which was made by TJ Holloway-Chuck, who's like the golden god of 10 years ago software dev. He made Koa, and Koa 1 was like, yield and all that stuff. And then Koa 2 was async await. So I made a talk about what generators are, what async await is, and then I showed the migration process you might go through from going from, some Express code to Koa, and then Koa 2. And it was really good. There were some like images that we could probably find. I don't know. I don't know where to find them. Yeah, whatever. But it was a fun talk, and this is seriously like 9 years ago at this point. I really do think it was my first talk at any meetup. I remember having the butterflies in my stomach, like the adrenaline from it, and now I don't even get that. Now I don't even get the butterflies. I'd do anything to get the butterflies back. Not anything, but yeah. There's something about streaming. I think streaming is the thing that made me not have the butterflies anymore. Because I'm presenting every day I stream anyway but I'm just talking, you know? And now, like, conference talks feel the same way. They feel the exact same. You're just talking. You have a talk over Zoom, and then you're going to give the same talk in person? Hell yeah. Dude, fuck yeah, Lithium. That's awesome, man. Yeah, dude, you should absolutely propose talks for this stuff. Like, fuck yeah, dude. Hold on, let me close whatever repo that was, because we don't need it anymore. I guess I did, so we're good. But yeah, you should definitely see if they'll let you like present these things at conferences. That'd be huge, man. That'd be super cool. Oh, hold on. Wait, no. And yeah, you're gonna get some sleep. Yeah, no worries. Sorry, burps. Oh, Robotic Head mentioned just now that there'll be another hour. So we got another hour before we hop into gaming with Robotic Head. Hold on. Let me ask Talented. All right. And yeah, what up, Janhua, Mr. Sir? I don't know if I let you know yet, but I am probably hold on, brain fart. I will probably hold on. I need to like confirm and do it, but I'll probably be the MC, or one of the MCs, I think they tend to do like 2 or 3 MCs for JS Nation. It sounds super fun, doesn't it? So yeah, I will probably be back in New York again, right? Technically Jersey. Yeah, dude. Like, it could fall through. I could fuck it up. Like, I need to reply and say, like, some other shit. But, you know, I could mess it up in the meantime. But I think I'm opting in. And yeah, I might be one of the MCs for JS Nation, which is a conference that happens in New York. Technically Jersey. At, like, the Jersey Science Center or whatever. But yeah, so I will be most likely back in New York again this year. I will try to get a better hotel room. Like, Janhua, did you have bed bugs? Right? Did you have, like, bites on your ankles? I don't think that New York hotel room was a problem. Yeah, dude, like, oh man, I was like, here's the problem. No, you were lucky you did not get bed bugs. I don't think it was from that New York hotel anyway. I think I got the bed bug bites like a couple days, like the day after when I went to Atlanta. I'm pretty sure, like, this shitty hotel that I booked in Atlanta had bed bugs instead. I'm pretty sure that shitty hotel in Atlanta was the problem. But yeah, I will probably head to New York, like, a few days early. Yeah, it wasn't a terrible hotel. Like, it wasn't good, but it wasn't that bad. It was an okay hotel. Like, it was fully adequate. Fully adequate. Yeah, I think it was, like, the random hotel I was at in Atlanta, like, the next day. Because I don't know if you know this. I had to fly from Jersey that day. I left the hotel room at like 3 a.m. My flight was at 4 a.m. And I flew to Atlanta and got driven via Uber or whatever to this talk in Atlanta. And I was there 5 minutes before giving my talk because they made me the first talk of the day. At least in the room I was in. I never want to do that again, but it was kind of fun. It was a good experience. And the fact that it worked out felt really good. If my flight had been delayed, it would have looked really bad on me. But I got lucky. Here's the best part, Ivan. I didn't even give a talk, like, in person at JS Nation last year. My talk was a remote talk. But you know what? Fuck it. If I got a chance to go to New York, I'm going to New York. Right? Like, and yeah, I got to actually go to the first recording of the Primogen and Tej's thing for, like, the dev feud or whatever they call that, right? The family feud thing. I got to go to that. And I was hanging out with Theo the whole night. Like, dude, it was such a good event. It was really good. We almost didn't make it in because we showed up a little late. And then Adam.dev walked out of the bathroom, basically. He was like, hold on. No, these guys are in. Come on, let them in. So, like, the timing of it was, like, perfect serendipity. It was really fucking cool, actually. And that was the night where I got to meet, like, Code Girl in person a second time, because we had already met at TwitchCon. But yeah, like, I don't know. It was a really good event. I'm just so stoked I was able to be a part of it. I met Dax in person. He barely recognized me. How dare he? How dare he not recognize the CM Griffin? It's fine. I get it. He's big time. He's bigger than me. It's okay. How dare he? I'm kidding, by the way. I love the fact that he's big time for being really good at dev, you know? That's huge. He's not just an influencer, he's a fucking dev who went famous. That's really cool. Yeah, I had the beanie and everything, man. If I don't have the beanie, well, yeah, I get it if someone doesn't recognize me. I had the beanie and everything, dude. I had the beanie and everything. Shit. All right, let me pour some more lime juice into my whiskey. Okay. Hold on, I have to share this with work. You have more PTO this time around. Hell yeah. You got a race coming up in November. Your supervisor was saying that she thinks you should take both that Monday and Tuesday off after it. All right. Yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, no stress, dude. I'm looking forward to hanging out again. Hell yeah, dude. And you don't have to be on the hook to pick me up from the airport. Totally up to you. Like, no stress. Like, I may end up flying in a couple days early because I want to reset my sleep cycle. So, yeah, whatever. But happy to meet up. Happy to go to another fucking comedy show. This sounds amazing. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the New York thing. Absolutely. I'm gonna show up a couple days early and stay a couple days late because I don't have any other thing forcing me to fly out currently. We'll see how that changes. Anyway, if you're in the New York area, JS Nation is an amazing fucking event. Like, it's really good. You should check it out. Whoever just subbed, you don't have to shout it out. I appreciate you, though. If you do shout it out, thank you. But yeah, thank you for the sub. If you are in the New York area, it's probably worth checking out the conference. As far as Jianhua is concerned, yeah, the food is a bit meh. Right? He expected better food for such an expensive conference. I get it. That's fine. He's not wrong. It could be better. It was like a little too salty, right? Was that it? I showed up too late to even get the food. Yeah, when I fly to the East Coast, this dude parties. You know, like, dude, this dude parties. So I missed basically everything early. That's why I'm going to fly in a couple days early this year so I can reset my sleep cycle and wake up at a reasonable hour to properly MC. Like, I'm still going to hang out. I'm still going to party. But I need to, like, make the jet lag not a thing. And that's on me. And then, yeah, Bruce. Hold on. It is Bruce, right? It could be Bryce. I think it's Bruce. Yeah, how you doing, man? Thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. It is Bruce. All right, just double checking. Thank you. And yeah, dude, no stress. Thank you for the sub. We're hanging out. We're doing our thing. We're dealing with what the fuck, man. Cloudflare workers' functions are not doing what I need at the moment. I'm actually like a little bummed. So much so that I might just create like a whole separate repo. And then we can deploy that repo as we need. And it'll just live at like a separate subdomain. And then I just got to do like the CORS request bullshit. Yeah, we're at a point where I'm a little bummed. And hold on, real quick. Anyone out there, yeah, check out DQuil Lite. This is crazy to me. I've never even heard of DQuil Lite. So yeah, someone pointed out earlier, and dude, distributed SQLite. It sounds amazing. It uses the raft algorithm, right? Implemented in C, so it's fucking fast, right? Raimu. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Double wink. If anyone's not aware, Raimu absolutely implemented the raft algorithm. I believe it was in Rust. But still, like, really cool shit, man. MySQL is distributed, though, only when you implement it the right way. I think that's the point there, Sir Elfman. Like, MySQL is only distributed when you follow a pattern of, like, read replicas and, like, a single writer. To then scale the write instance is way more effort. MySQL is hard to configure. Maybe. Like, really hard. Sure. I don't know your context because I haven't had to scale MySQL in that way. I think Postgres would have the same problem. In general, you just create a write instance, and then everything else is from read replicas. And then you just fan out to the read replicas when you're, like, fetching. And I would guess that maybe DQuil Lite does something similar, but I have no idea. I have no clue. I have no fucking clue. Use PHP and SQLite. So if you're already using SQLite, maybe check out DQuil Lite. Could be valuable. Oh, PHP's been fast. Right? As long as you're not doing like CPU bound stuff, like PHP has always been IO bound in the same way that Basically everything is IO bound. They have a JIT now. PHP FPM has been doing some kind of like JIT for ages, dude. You could use PHP FPM 10 years ago. LuaJIT's amazing. Are they using actually like the core code from LuaJIT to make PHP JIT? That's new to me. Like, I had no idea. I had no clue. That is actually really cool. Very cool. And that's maybe why, like, Laravel deserves this, like, resurgence in, like, the spotlight, you know? So I get that there, Sir Elfman. That is optimizing for, like, a local machine versus networked database stuff. Most real applications are going to have to deal with, like, a networked database anyway. So I don't know if that's, like, a realistic benchmark, but it's fucking cool if it works for you. For sure. Like, really cool if that works for you. I mean, we're chatting about it. We're discussing it. Other people have opinions. It's not something I would necessarily care about or use. Like, but eventually, it could have value. Yeah, exactly, Chars, right? Like, it's something that needing something like distributed SQLite is a really nice problem to have. Whereas, like, a bunch of people probably just don't need that. They could just run SQLite locally. For the application I'm running, I'm just running Postgres locally. And it's fine, you know? But the moment I have to scale, yes, I'm going to have to, like, externalize the Postgres connection, and then I'm dealing with like connections over the wire and like networking rather than just being on the same machine. So that's where understanding these things becomes really important. And that's like a back-end dev's real job. Right? Building endpoints, that shit's easy. Figuring out the scale of these endpoints, that's the harder part. You'd love to work for Canonical. I'm willing to bet money that their DevRel role is not a 3-month interview. I've seen Canonical hiring for DevRels. Absolutely. DevRel. No, that's not what I meant. All right, engineering. Here we go. They've got a job. It's APEC and EMEA. So these are both like Asia, Pacific, and European. So they're not looking for me. But if you're in any of these countries, right, like in Asia Pacific or basically Europe, you should check it out. I'm just saying. It's the one that makes you do a crazy essay. Yeah, I wrote my essay. Hey, essay, what you up to? Right? He says he's doing good. It's a South Park reference. If you've watched enough South Park, yeah, you'll probably get most of the references I make. It's fine. There's an IQ test for Canonical? Holy shitballs, dude. A 2-hour long IQ test? I mean, honestly, I just want the result. I don't care if I pass. Like, I could apply to Canonical for free, and they could, like, tell me my IQ result, and then I don't have to pay some fucking bullshit company. You don't get the result? Shit. Alright, I get it. Only big brains allowed. Damn right. Yeah, for sure, man. For sure. Hiring process. Oh, hold on. Copy link. Their CEO was an astronaut, so it's okay, I guess. You mean like they were literally an astronaut, or they used to work for the company astronaut? That's a very different thing. Because the CEO role at Astronaut the company is wide open right now. It's wide open. Am I misunderstanding that? Was it astronaut or was it astronomer? I think it was astronomer. Shit. All right, I'm fucking that joke up. I messed up the joke. My bad. My bad. It was astronomer. That was the reference I was thinking of. Shit. Damn it. All right, the joke did not land. I fucked it up. My bad. My bad. It's like I'm smoking weed or something. I don't get it. Astronaut, astronomer, adulterer, tomato, tomato. $70K for a seniorish role? Dude. They put you through the process to, like, gaslight you into, like, actually, like, well, you know what? I guess I got selected, so I'll take a fucking hit. 70K is shit. Oh my god, dude. 70K is like minimum wage. You can make more money at McDonald's here in Washington. You can make way better money at McDonald's here in Washington. Next Friday can't come soon enough. Dude, Friday was yesterday. Like, what the fuck, dude? That's a fucking problem, man. Oh, damn, that sucks. Next? Like, dude, that sucks. Friday was just yesterday, dude. Oh, PoE 2! Yes! Dude, I want to play some PoE 2 with you. Yeah, let's do the thing on Friday. I know it'll be a little late, you'll be ahead, and that's fine. I'll catch up. Sorry for the sneeze. Oh my god. No, the updates are insane. Like, they seem really good. James, I want to play some PoE 2 with you. If you get into it ahead of me, I'm okay with it. It's fine. Yeah, I think next Friday is game time. For sure. We can, like, power level. I remember enough of, like, the early shit that we're gonna fucking blast through the shit we don't have to do. Like, I'll be up to your level real quick. What class are you thinking about? You're playing beta for Deathgrounds right now. It's great. Okay. Dude, if you want to play some, like, Grounded 2, I'd love to play some Grounded 2 with you and Worm. Like, I played it solo, and it sucks solo. It's just shit solo. There needs to be like some way to like make solo be more fun. You're not sure which class yet, but you'll decide this week. There's like, dude, the punch like monk is actually a thing. Dude, the punch monk is gonna be like a major fucking thing in this next class, like in this next like season. I'm thinking about making a punch monk. Yeah, for sure. And then real quick, so Cam, you pulled out your old skateboard. Oops, sorry for the burp. Pulled out your old skateboard, did some basic stuff. Today you rode your buddy's bigger board and realized your board needs to be bigger. When you say bigger board, are you saying like wider? Right? Like typically you ride like a thinner board, but now you're like, oh shit, I want a fucking 8.25 or something, right? So yeah, you purchased yours in 2007, 7.5 blank deck. Yeah. Have you like changed the way you skate? Like, are you more into like mini ramps and some of that shit? Because like the wider decks are way better on like mini ramp skating and some of that shit. Like you know, just ramps in general. I still feel like if you're doing like skate, like flip tricks, I think the thinner deck is valuable still. But as we get older, dude, flip tricks suck, man. Oh, you mean, yeah, the way that I roll my ankle every single time? You mean the way I roll my ankle every single fucking time? Yeah, no thank you. Yeah, 7.5 was always like really thin. You fucked your ankle today? Oof. Yeah. I'm just gonna say, like, I have thrown away a skateboard because I rolled my ankle. Like, I have noped the fuck out of skateboarding for like a year just because I rolled my ankle. I do not like rolling my ankle. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. That shit sucks. Alright, so, BRB, 1 second. I need more water. I need more limes sliced. So I'll be right back. As a mid 30-year-old, it hurts longer than it used to. Yes, exactly. I am a skateboarder. No, I'm a snowboarder. And yeah, when I would roll my ankle on the skateboard, well, at least I could jam it into the fucking snowboard boot and keep shredding. But I have friends that have like blown out their ankle from snowboarding, and that's insane to me. So, BRB, 1 second. Let me pour some more water. Actually, the water's fine. I just need more limes. Alrighty, so I'm back. Heyo. People think you smoke a lot rolling joints, but no, you just roll ankles instead. Sounds about right. Sounds about right. Now, I will seriously throw away a skateboard. Yeah, like Code Spent, I'd say do that tweet. Major value. Ooh, so Cam, here's what I'd actually say. Like, I don't know how much like flat ground stuff you do, but doing like a primo is so much easier when your like trucks are the same width as your deck. If you ever want to do like flatland, like, you know, primo bullshit or whatever, yeah, make that shit the same width. I don't do primo that much, but Theo does. And I bet he would be totally in the corner of, no, make your deck the same width as your trucks. Do I like Twitch? Yes. I'm really curious. Like, what are you trying to get out of a question like that there, Craze? Why would I stream on Twitch if I didn't like it? That's kind of weird. Why would I even be here? I don't know. No idea, man. What is that emote? Jesus, that emote's fucking crazy. Who the fuck is that, dude? That emote's like borderline creepy. A Sea of Thieves streamer from Alabama. Okay, I get it. All right. You don't know, what if the subscriptions were cheaper and I got more profit portion? I don't care. I don't stream on Twitch to make money. I stream because this is where my audience is. I'm streaming on YouTube right now and there's one person watching. I stream where my audience wants to be. I refuse to stream on Kick or Rumble because both of those fucking suck. Both of those platforms are a big old nope. Right? Rumble? Oh, a bunch of fucking assholes and alt-right weird bullshit over there. Kick? Nah, fuck Kick. I don't want to promote gambling. I just explained. Nah, fuck those platforms. No, thank you. I do not want to participate in a thing that promotes gambling in a major fucking way. Now, dude. Nah, fuck Kick. I get it. No, I understand. You got a delay. But Rumble? Ooh, dude, fuck Rumble even more. Like, hell no. No, thank you. Rumble's the fucking worst. If Kick wanted to pay me $1 million to switch, I might consider it. Because $1 million would go a long way. I wouldn't have to have a job anymore. I could make $1 million work for me in a major way. But it's a straw man argument because Kick is not going to pay me $1 million to stream on their platform. When H3 did that video on Counter-Strike gambling and it was Chef's Kiss. Hold on, H3. That's Ethan, right? I feel like I don't remember his actual like thing, right? Yeah, that's Ethan. Yeah, no, he seems like a good dude. I'm not sure about any of the fucking conflict he has with Hassan. I don't know. I don't watch Hassan's content either. There are things that me and Hassan actually like agree on, but I do not agree with that asshole on a bunch of shit. Yeah, I don't enjoy political content. Like, I have my opinion about politics. I don't need to watch some fucking streamer tell me how I should think. Fuck no, dude. Fuck no, dude. Like, big old opt-out on my side. Hell no. Even if we agree, mostly, on certain shit. Nah, man. It's just not a fun stream for me. Like, I wouldn't watch that shit. I barely watch software dev streams. I barely watch any of that shit, man. It's just not for me. I'm curious about, like, how many streams other streamers watch, right? Like, do you think the Primogen actually watches a bunch of streams? I don't think he does. Nah, man, he's got too much other shit to do. Do you think Theo watches a bunch of fucking streams? No, he doesn't. He maybe watches a couple. Primogen watches the Primogen. Yeah, dude. And I give that to him, like, holy shit, man. Good job. I could not watch myself. I would cringe way too much. I do not watch my own streams. Could I picture the Primogen watching the Primogen? Sure. Then Shepabai. I don't know how to pronounce your name. You think Theo watches Theo? I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, I don't think Prime has time to watch any of that shit. I just really don't think... I don't think Theo has time to watch his own streams. I just really don't think they do. Yeah, I agree 100%, Cam. No content creator has time to watch their own content. It's just not a thing, man. Hell no. No way in hell. You just... You make the content, you push it out there, and that's it. Cringing when you see yourself. Jianhua, yes. 1,000%. I don't watch any of my VODs, but I do remember, oh, should I feel bad about that stream I did last night? I'm going to take down the VOD. I do that. Cam, no, Theo absolutely has editors for that. Absolutely. Dude, I'd say Theo has an actual bigger editor pipeline than Prime. I'd actually bet money on that. I would bet money on Theo having a bigger editor pipeline and like who he farms this shit out to. I would guess that he's actually doing that more so than Prime. I could be wrong. I could totally be wrong, you know. Just like I smoke weed or something. I don't get it. It's fine. Let's play some more music. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah. And yeah, will I ever be at their level? Probably not. You know what? I really appreciate you all being here. I couldn't imagine not doing this. This is my favorite thing. Besides snowboarding, obviously. Come on. Oh, Janhua, you did a split? Like, you can actually do splits? Oh, damn, dude. Like, you're like super fucking flexible? Damn, man. That's huge. But yeah, like, I get it. Yeah, the cringe factor is unavoidable. I get it. I get it. All right. So, should we get back to at least a small bit of code? He did a reverse Uno and asked you to do it every time there is a photo op now. So yeah, then I would start saying like, no, I tore a muscle, I can't do it. Right? You can totally opt out. You can totally opt out of that shit. You don't have to feel obligated. You can just say, nah, I can't do it right now. I don't think a single human being would push back against that statement because no one else can do those splits anyway. So fuck it. So then Cam, right? You get the same vibe from me as like Lana Lux. Damn right. Yeah, fuck yeah, dude. Dude, Lana fucking kills it. Dude, Lana kills it so much. Dude, she's really good at what she does. I'm jealous of that. Like, her community is there for her, but she does amazing shit. Like, yeah. If I could be even considered in the same fucking breath as Lana, oh my god, I'm fucking killing it. Like, dude, the fact that you said that, thank you. I don't. It's not the same. I get it. Like, no, she fucking kills it, dude. I'd love to actually be in that same sphere. All right, it's just about building shit, hanging out with chat, doing our thing, and then eventually some shit happens. Like, fuck yeah. She's a fucking scientist. Yes, that's the best way of phrasing that. She's a fucking scientist. I'm just a dude that drinks whiskey. You know, maybe a little deeper than that, but tomato, tomato. I'm just a dude that drinks whiskey. There's no science behind what I do. I just want to hang out. I just want to build shit. I love the fact that y'all are here for it. That's actually really cool. I know someone from other shit. No, it's fine. I'll take the compliment every time. You misspelled compliment there, though. Right? What you did was compliment with an I. Compliment with an E is a different thing. So how dare you misuse a word? Shit. How dare you? I'm kidding. I don't fucking care. But just saying, like, that's one of my favorite, like, pet peeves. Right? The compliment and how you spell it. You actually did it the opposite direction that it normally happens. And that's actually kind of fun. So, well played. I get it. I get it. It's like I smoke weed or something. I just looked directly at my bong. I do kind of want to take a bong toke. But we don't have to do it tonight. I can do that over on gaming. Whenever Robotic Head says he's ready. Just saying, you know. What we're dealing with right now is still just like, holy shit, dude. We have these functions folders. And a bunch of bullshit happening, but none of this is getting recognized at the Cloudflare level. So at this point, what I want to do actually is create an entirely separate, like, repo that does some form bullshit. And the biggest problem is I don't think I can even use the same repo. I don't think the mono repo is doing me any favors. So instead, now I need to figure out, well, hold on. Do I create like a separate repo and then make it its own deployment and it's its own fucking... like function bullshit? God damn it, man. I think that's it. I think we just have to do it, and whatever, it's just an endpoint that we do. How much more work is that? Probably less than debugging the problem that we have right now. It's really not that much effort. It's really not that much effort. But, hold on, let me point this out. It's not that much effort from a dev standpoint, but building an entirely separate repo to solve this problem is more effort than it should be. You know what? Fuck it, you know? Then we have way less of a dependency on anything. And then eventually maybe I pull the requests to that out into another thing. And like, what's a service that you would like want to take support requests from? What's the service that you would want to take like enterprise requests from? We can split all of this shit out. Is T3 worth a shot? No, definitely not. Nope, definitely not. I think you're misunderstanding the problem set that we have there, Cryptor. This is not a front-end problem. This is not a full-stack problem. This is a I need to release an API endpoint that is ad hoc and outside of the Astro site I'm making and outside of the React SPA I'm making, right? So at this point, no, T3 is not the right approach because I just need a Cloudflare function. And that's it. That's fucking it. That's totally fucking it. Anything beyond that scope, no, that's like the wrong abstraction. It's the wrong problem to solve. I just need an API endpoint that I don't want to operate as a fucking VPS, you know? I don't want to tie this to my fucking API. I could just do that and we'd solve that problem. But also we could just do something separate. T3 is not the right approach for solving this problem. I think T3 is great. Use it how you want. But for this approach, for what I'm trying to solve, nah, man. Nah, fuck T3. Like, no offense. T3 is fine, but not for this use case. It's a bad approach. All I need is a serverless function. T3 has way greater value for other shit. Oh, you're talking T3 chat. Like, should I ask T3 chat? Ah, I get it, Cryptor. No, like, I know what I need to do. My use case is so specific that I don't think AI will solve any of the shit for me. Nah. I just don't think it's it. Like, any AI is the wrong approach. It's not going to solve our problem because we're doing something so specific that is not fed into their fucking corpus, you know? What up, Robotic Head? You just landed a really great domain name? Fucking do it. Hell yeah, dude. Robotic Head, yeah, how are your potatoes going at the moment? Growing potatoes sounds like the wrong approach because taters are so cheap. Right? Grow other shit that costs more money, you know? Like, taters are so fucking cheap. But I don't know Australia, so I might be wrong. No, and I get that. I totally understand. But what is the value? Taters are so fucking cheap. But in Australia, maybe they're not. Like, I live in Washington State. Like, all taters are super cheap, right? Red versus fucking russet versus any of that shit. Dude, Idaho's right there. Like, taters are extremely fucking cheap. So it comes down to, you grew this. I get it. I just think you could use that space for something better. But if you have the space and not using it, well then, yeah, go for it. I get it. I just push back a little bit. Ooh, hold on. Give your potatoes a French name. You can sell them for 10x at any farmer's market. Ah, there you go. There you go. Damn. Ami is thinking with their fucking brain at this point. Damn. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're totally fucking right. Just give the taters a French name, man. You'll sell out every single time at the farmer's market. Pomo de Terre. Yeah, exactly. I feel like that's like the... Is that even the French name? Or is that like Italian? Even if you're in France, give it an Italian name and you're good to go. Problem solved. Potatoes. Boil them, mash them, put them in a stew. But yeah, if you're in fucking France, they don't know the reference. Apple of the ground, robotic head. You're not wrong. It's probably accurate, but you can sell more potatoes that way. Just make it fancy. Shit. Lembas bread. More lembas bread. Yeah, exactly. For sure, man. Shit. All right, so yeah, robotic head. Yep, I'm chilling. Yes, you want to play some games, and I want to play some games with you. We are still hanging out. Doing the whiskey thing, you know. We laugh but maintain. Yeah, totally. Duh. I'm pouring some fucking lime into my whiskey. Duh. We put the lime in the coconut. We mixed it all around. Boozy badass? I mean, you can just say my name. You meant the rapper. I mean, I don't rap, but I get it. That's fine. And I get it there, Cam, but come on, man. Who could claim that title besides me in this category? That shit's me, for sure. Prime couldn't do it. Teach couldn't do it. I am this category's boozy badass. You're welcome. I'm the only one that has that dog in them. A little bit. Right? Look at how bad my fucking double chin is. Yeah, I got too much dog in me, technically, but whatever, you know. Bad joke, bad joke. Are we gonna opt back into... Do I think I could, like, box the Primogen? I don't think I could. Right? We made the comment last night. I still don't think I could. Even if he's not good about his, like, his blocking. Right? Like, I would say his defense probably sucks. but he's got a weight and a reach and like other like just he's healthier than I am. He's got so many fucking wins. Like, no, Prime would beat me in a boxing match. I think I could box Prime. If he doesn't practice up beforehand, I might be able to beat him. Barely. Like, dude, he's taller than me by a good fucking 4 to 6 inches. I'm 5'6". He's so ripped these days, dude. Nah, man. Have you not seen how boxing actually works? It doesn't matter how cut you are. It does not matter how cut you are. Technique matters way fucking more. Weight does matter. I get that. I understand that. And he's taller and he weighs more than I do. For sure. Exactly. Now, kickboxing? No, I couldn't box. Like, I don't want to kickbox anybody. I like my knees. You lost the stream for some reason? Damn right. Twitch knows what I'm saying. Shit. No. You're right, man. I do still think Prime probably doesn't understand proper boxing technique. And that's why I think it would be maybe a 50-50. But Prime and Theo, dude, these guys are way taller than me. They got way more reach. The only way I could actually box them is if I fucking crowded them. Like, I'd have to, like, advance up on them and push them into the fucking corner. I could not take, you know, them pushing back on me. That said, I still think I could block most of Prime's punches. Because I just don't think he understands how boxing works. Boxing is very specifically about having proper defense. Yeah, he'd try to brute force it, man. And I could block most of his shit. I really do think so. That said, dude, he outweighs me. He's in better shape. He has more range because he's taller. I'd have to, like, really use a bunch of fucking boxing techniques to actually box Prime. And no, I still think he'd kick my ass. I completely agree. Prime would beat the shit out of me. I agree. It's fine. I do think I could give him a run for his money. I'd watch that shit. Damn right. I'd bet against me. Technically. Just saying. Right? John Hall would buy the DVD. Yeah, for sure, man. No, like, dude, Prime would fuck me up. I feel like maybe we discussed this last night, and I don't even remember that discussion, but if I'm just being honest, thinking about that conversation, Prime would fuck me up. Like, dude, that dude's in way better shape than I am. If I was given a couple months to prep for it, ooh, then we got an actual conversation. But if it were to happen tomorrow, dude, Prime would fuck me up. Yeah, dude, he's in better shape. I don't have the cardio to go toe-to-toe with Prime. I bet I could block most of his shit. Only way I would beat Prime right now is on points. I would not knock Prime out. He wouldn't knock me out either. Functional programming versus object-oriented programming. Like, no, dude, I'm not some OOP fucking guru. I don't do that shit. No, I write functions. Like, I get that. Nah, man. Nah. That would not even be it. It'd be who cares about performance versus who gives no shits about performance. And I'm the no shits about performance guy. Hold on. We're going to, like, pick a different song because fuck that song. I do think I could get a decision win. Right? With proper blocking, I think I could get a decision win. Like, I don't think there's any way I would ever, like, knock Prime out. There's no fucking way, dude. Nah, man. With my right shoulder dislocating as much as it does, no, dude. We'd have to actually call it in Prime's favor halfway through the fight. Just because, nah, it's fucked. We could find a different rivalry. Yeah. Could I box Trash Dev? Maybe. I could definitely box fucking, oh my god. I could light him up. Not Prime, not, dude. Rox Codes. I could light Rox Codes up. But it wouldn't even be fair. Like, I'm easily, like, right now, like 50 pounds heavier than him. In my best fighting shape ever, I'd be easily 20 pounds heavier than him. And I wouldn't want to fight him, right? That would be the biggest thing. Like, do I want to fight Rox Codes? Fuck no, dude. He's the man. He's one of my favorite fucking people. No, I don't want to box Rox Codes at all. He'd win just simply because I don't want to hurt him. I don't want to hurt Rox. He's such a good dude. I don't want to do that. Right? Ben Holmes. I could box Ben Holmes, but I'm easily 20 to 30 pounds heavier than Ben Holmes. It's not a fair fucking fight, you know? It's what I said last night, even though I forgot all of it. Yeah, I get it. It checks out. Sure. If I wanted to, oh, dude, I could fuck up. Like, dude, I could fuck. Like, dude, I could light him up. I could ruin his entire perspective of the world. With just a couple rounds. But I don't want to. Because Dan is a good fucking dude. I don't want to hit him. It'd be like, has anyone ever seen that film, The Great White Hype? Has anyone ever seen that film? It would be like that final fight. Like, you know, I'd be toying around with him. I'd be doing my thing. But the moment he gets a fight, like, oh, are you trying to embarrass me on TV? Oh, shit. Now it's on. I think I could fuck up Ben Holmes and Rox Codes. But I'm already, like, heavier than them by a good 20 pounds. In my best shape. And right now I'm over that weight already. I'm like 40 pounds over their weight limit, you know? So it's just not even a fair fight. It's not something anyone should care about. And I don't want to box any of them. Just saying, like, I do not want to box these guys. I'm a big fan of them. I don't want to hit them in the face. Nah, dude. I don't want to do that. But very similarly, and I think similar to what we're talking about there, Kenny, is I don't think Prime has trained as a boxer in any way. I don't think Theo has trained as a boxer in any way. So given no prep time, I might be able to box these guys. But I don't want to, because I like them as people, right? Like, dude, this is purely speculative. This is not, I want to punch them in the face. No, there are absolutely people I want to punch in the face. But they are not them. Shit. Theo versus Prime would be decent? No, dude. That would be a shit fight. Nah, no, that would not be a valuable fight. Theo would study, sure. He's tall, he's got the range, but he just doesn't have it. I don't think Theo would be a good boxer. He's got too much range. He's too tall. He would not be a good boxer against someone in a shorter weight class, but also like the same weight class. I could be wrong. I don't want to box Theo. He's way too fucking tall. His range is too big. If he didn't train... Theo is absolutely taller than Prime. Theo is taller than Prime by like a good 3 to 4 inches. Theo's like 6'5", 6'4", maybe even 6'3". Prime is barely 6 foot. Barely 6 foot. And there's a big difference, wingspan, like, range-wise, within, like, 3 inches, you know? I would say Theo and Prime are easily separated by 3 to 5 inches. Theo's fucking tall, dude. Theo is super fucking tall. Yeah, no. Theo is super tall, for sure. My guess is he's 6'3". Prime says he's 6 foot. I bet Prime's closer to 5'11". I would bet Prime's actually 5'11". He claims 6 foot, and he might be 6 foot, right? This is me as a short person really misunderstanding some of this shit. That's on me. I'm a short dude. I am snowboarder sized. The biggest and best snowboarders you've ever seen are 5'10" max. I hope you know that, right? Like, if you're operating on, like, late 90s, early 2000s snowboard pros, they're 5'3" to 5'6", and that's it. I've actually stood toe-to-toe with a bunch of these fucking dudes, and, like, they cap out at 5'6". Like, it's crazy. Devin Walsh, like, JP Solberg, JP fucking... the other dude, like the dude that did the first double cork, like all of these guys are super fucking short. So you're exactly 6 foot and 169 pounds. Not great boxing material unless you do technical. I get that, Cam. Yeah, low center of gravity is really good for a lot of shit, dude. The only place where it's not valuable is the NFL and the NBA. And the NBA for like very specific reasons, right? The NFL for also very specific reasons. Odd job if you're playing some fucking GoldenEye. Also, Jaws. You could play Jaws and fucking win in general because you get like easier headshots. And that's actually what we're talking about when it comes to like actual sports, you know? Larry Bird is the GOAT. Dude, yes. Larry Bird's fucking amazing. And Dianhua, did you not realize that you could pick Jaws and counter every single fucking Objobs player? You didn't know that? That's fine. Yeah, dude. You could counter Oddjob every single fucking time by playing Jaws. And your fucking, like, aim would be right at their fucking head. Like, by default. Yeah, that was the counter. So anyone having like an anti like no odd job rule as like a perspective, like they just didn't realize how they could counter that shit. Fucking Kevin, what an asshole. Yeah, dude, you could just play Jaws and beat every single odd job player. Because you don't even have to aim down in any way. Like, yeah, Jaws and their shot was fucking middle of the line, and it would hit odd job in their head every single fucking time. Yeah, so Cam, it actually doesn't hold up because we are so used to the modern version of like FPSs. And GoldenEye does not follow that. GoldenEye was before Unreal Tournament, basically. Unreal Tournament actually set the entire stage for how FPSs should work. And GoldenEye does not do that. Like, you could go back and try it, and you will fucking hate it. Because the version of their control scheme is so counter to what we all have accepted as how FPSs should work. Yeah, no, GoldenEye doesn't hold up because it's that old school. You want the vibes in the story, and you can totally do it, but it will fuck you up. You will play any single other FPS worse if you just like opt into playing GoldenEye. Ooh, so Robotichead is even like chiming in, right? It's terrible to play on Switch because it opts into like the old controller setup. If they just put in the work to translate that shit, that'd be huge, man. Playing N64 on a different controller, sure, I get that. You'd have to dig a hole to under your base level of FPS gameplay anyway. Yeah, like, I totally get it. I totally get it. Yeah, right? Like, Robotichead is looking forward to me starting up the game we're playing together. Like, if we wanted to play something else, like, dude, it would suck, man. Just like an older game. Could you imagine? Just in case, just whatever. If we wanted to play Splitgate, but Splitgate used fucking GoldenEye mechanics, no one would play that game, man. Not a single human being, because that control scheme sucks. Jar Sauce Binks wants GoldenEye on the Quest. Up to you. But they'd have to translate the actual mechanics to make it actually fun. If they did that, it'd be an amazing game. Fuck yeah, dude. Dude, I'd play that shit with you. I would play that game. Could I play GoldenEye with good mechanics? Let's just do that. I'd still camp like I used to. Shh. Wink. You'd play GoldenEye if you can be Odd Job. Yeah, Nightshade, maybe you're misunderstanding, but I just let people know that you could play fucking Jaws and easily headshot Odd Job. A lot of people don't realize that was the actual counterplay. You could just play Jaws and headshot Odd Job every single time. We just mentioned that. Yeah, I don't think people actually know. I played too much GoldenEye back in the day. Way too much GoldenEye. And yes, Jaws was the counter. Hey there, friend. It looks like you're trying to kill Oddjob. Enjoy. You're not going to headshot your friends, but you'll kill that one asshole and enjoy. Would you like some help? See, Cam, I don't even remember that. I have no idea. I don't remember that game whatsoever. Hold on, wait. The Rainbow Six game on Xbox, was that Ghost Recon? That was the first Ghost Recon, right? I could be wrong. I remember playing the first Ghost Recon on Xbox, though. You don't know for Xbox. Yeah, it's fine. I get it. I get it. Yeah, we're just hanging out. We're doing our thing. I do need to go play some games with Robotic Head. I get it. We should do that, like, right now. The first Rainbow Six game was for N64, PS1, Mac, and Windows. Oh, shit. So that's one of, like, the first, like, big cross-platform games, right? Game Boy Color and Dreamcast. Okay. I remember the Dreamcast. Oh my god, dude. I played so many games that I just fucking, like, borrowed from Blockbuster and then just copied the game and played it. Dude. Yes, I am from the era that I remember the Dreamcast. And I remember all that shit. Oof. Yeah, dude. That shit was so good. That shit was so fucking good. I wish the Dreamcast took off too. But just saying, the reason the Dreamcast didn't take off is because every single person was pirating that shit. Because there was zero fucking copy protection. Absolutely zero copy protection. Answer. Believe. There's a huge backstory. Dude, some of these stories with, like, how they propagated is actually really cool. There's a video about Killer Instinct that is amazing, Cam. I don't know if you've seen this, but the Killer Instinct vid, like, you know, that video is super fucking good. This is it. Fight on. If you haven't seen it, oh my god, dude. This is one of the best fucking videos about all this shit. Right? It hits, like, some weird bullshit halfway through, but the initial, like, half hour is amazing, dude. Watch that video. It's so worth it. It's so fucking good. Yeah, the first half hour of that video is one of the best fucking game documentaries I've ever seen. The only game documentary I prefer over that is actually the Ultima Online video. Here it is. There it is. Yeah, they knew what I wanted. Damn right. Fucking YouTube. Damn right, Chrome. My favorite actual game dev thing of all time is absolutely how gamers killed Ultima Online's virtual ecology. It's so fucking good. Like, yeah, dude. If you're not aware, when it comes to like making your database scalable, the term shard comes from Ultima Online. They created that term specifically for why there were separate servers to game on. The word shard is absolutely an Ultima thing. So anyone who cares and gives a shit about back-end bullshit, Ultima Online coined the exact term that you use to like justify why you're paid what you're paid. Because sharding bullshit matters. Dude, Ultima Online, man. It's so fucking good. And it's not even like the main thing about the game, right? Like that video. They talk about other shit, and the comment about sharding is right there in the middle of the video. It's not even like the core fucking topic. Ultima Online paved the way for World of Warcraft and all that bullshit. It's fucking amazing. It's really cool. So check it out if you haven't had time. But also recognize, nah, man, Ultima made all of our jobs actually exist in a way that's insane. Anyway, yeah. I'm bullshitting. I'm chatting. We're hanging out. Let's go raid someone. We are at basically 8 p.m. I bet Robotic Head wants to play some games. Who do we go raid in the moment? Shit. So who do we go raid? Come on. Who's hanging out? Who's doing their thing? Shit. Alright, so yeah, what streamer is actually doing a thing? Shit. Hetanis? Oh no, dude, they're amazing. I could raid Hetanis for sure. Hetanis fucking kills it. Nah, they're great. Hetanis is like truly great. And what's up, Bingo? I do just want to say Spiridon is unemployed, so they're coding a mud in C, so someone hires them. I mean, no one should pay Spiridon for some mud, but you know what? I really want someone to hire Spiridon because I'm a fan. He's a good dude. As a person, I really like Spiridon. Do I disagree with a bunch of the shit he says? Absolutely. Like, come on, man. I'm only human. But I want Spiridon to be successful. Like, I'm not even kidding. I'm not joking. I would happily talk about Spiridon every chance I get because he's a good dude. He means what he says. I can disagree with him, and that's fine. But I like him as a person, and that's like really important. There is such crazy value to that. Like, dude, could he raid other people? And I really hope he does. I don't think he raids other people enough. He should. I still like him as a person anyway, no matter how much we disagree. So we're going to go raid Spiridon. Don't feel bad about it. Like, you know, there's other channels. There's all sorts of shit to do. Sure. Like, come on, man. I get it. But we're going to go raid Spiridon. Yes, I drink the whiskey. I do the bullshit of whiskey is greater than other shit. But you know what? Nah, man. Nah, Spiro is a good dude. We should all go hang out. Whether you agree, that's fine. But still chat and hang out. I got the burps. Vodka and butter chicken. I'm not eating butter chicken tonight. I'm not drinking the vodka. I got whiskey. And that's what I do. So, bingo. Have you not rated into Spiro? He's a good dude. He and I both disagree about certain things. Sure. But no, he's a good dude. I have no other way of like framing this, like saying it, what otherwise, right? He's a good dude. So take that as you want to hear it. I don't know, man. I like him as a person. He's a solid dude. Right? Me and Prime disagree on a bunch of shit. I'm still a big fan of Prime. You know? We all have opinions. Separating ourselves from those opinions is actually like not a good idea. We can all disagree in any way. So let's go say hi to Spiro. Exactly, Cam. Like, dude, 100%. But this shit's timing out. Later.